All right, getting an audio check here. Okay, breathing seems pretty good. Gonna pull that off just a little bit. All right. Anyone currently viewing in the chat, if you can give me a check on sound and quality, just making sure everything's coming through. We've got a little bit of the computer definitely starting to reach its limits, but we're going to do our best to get through the day. We're going to do our best to make sure the internet holds up throughout the day. We're going to do our best to get you this content. So, for those of you tuning in today for the first time or for second time or however it's going to be, welcome to Lonewolf 2024 GT Day 2. Unlike yesterday, where we pulled players from just kind of the general mob, so to speak. So we had just anybody we could get up on the streaming table, so we could get a variety of different lists, different armies, different players, different skill levels. Today will be top tables, so it'll be basically the two games with the highest points are the ones currently being streamed. So today we have on table 1, we have Jesse Garrett versus Dustin Howard. Realize that is slipped off. Also, Garrett's name has one extra T in there. That one's on me. There we go. Jesse Garrett versus Dustin Howard, who are currently in deployment. Jesse Garrett playing his Forces of the Abyss. Dustin Howard playing Ogres. And then on table 2, we currently have Jason Burr playing against Jose Vega. Jason Burr playing Elves. Jose Vega playing Undead. So quite a selection of armies, none of whom I think are top tier according to the community. So just a reminder that any army is good when piloted by a good pilot. I will, before we get too far into this, I'm sure I'm going to get asked this question a million times. So I'm going to see if I can pull it up. It's going to cost all of the resources of my computer to actually do it, but we're going to make sure that we have it available. And then I will try to update it as the day goes on. All right, let's see. All right. Hold on. We're just going to go back up here. Here it is. Took a second. And I'm going to download this so I don't have to keep popping back and forth. Standings. A2. Yeah. Now we got the gist. Closing that for just a second. Hey, Juan Pablo. Link with the results. So we, I don't know that I have a link I can provide with results. What I can do is we will have as much as I can present them over in the side, the top 12 currently, so that people can see it. So we're going to go down to this because this is about as far down the battle track that you can get before it becomes irrelevant. Save this as this. Close this up. What's up for y'all? Oh no, not a scene. Ooh. Scores. Then I'm going to move this here for now. I'm going to try to make it as big as I can. Hopefully that's viewable on YouTube for people. But we are going to focus mostly on the game. I'm sure scores will go up as they go out. But as for right now, we have currently in the lead is Jesse Garrett with 57 battle points, followed by Dustin Howard and Jose Vega tied with 50 apiece. Then we have Jason with 46. No, sorry, Devlin with 48, Jason with 46, Adam Ballard with 45, Rick Hoy with 44, and then a number of people. We have Lex Simon with 43, and then we start dipping into the 41s with Tom Robinson, Dan Kamek, and Aaron Chapman, and bringing up the rear, Jeff Redigan and Travis Cook with 40 and 39 respectively. Realistically, below 40 points at this point is going to struggle to overtake the 57-point lead. So I don't tend to track anything lower than that. Realistically, the players who have a chance to win in terms of battle at this point are the top 8, with depending pretty hard on how this top 2 games pan out, given how big of a lead Jesse has. But there's still definitely a chance, especially with all these players. Big swings can definitely shake up how the last rounds play out in terms of points. But that's the current standings. Again, we'll try to get you those updated as we can. Close this down. Alrighty. I think, yeah, these guys have started their deployment. I'm also going to spend a second getting that, nope, not seen. Image capture. Abyss is doing quite well right now. So I would be curious to know our strength of score for a lot of our players, just because we have a very wide variety of player skill here on display at Lonewolf. We have a whole bunch of new players, which is great and wonderful, and I'm glad to see that growth in the community. We have a bunch of our regulars at Lonewolf who I think are out and about and weren't able to attend for one reason or another. And then we have a whole bunch of people that I would argue are all Masters quality, and most of them are on these top tables, which is how that usually goes. So, as I said earlier, for those who missed it, it's all about the skill. The list can only take you so far. So, good pilots are important. Also, just as a heads up, for those of you in chat, can you get me a confirmation? Sound all good. Stream latency look good. Making sure everything is kosher before we get super far into this. We're technically still ahead of the round time. Rounds are supposed to start here in just a minute, but players who got here early are effectively allowed to get a little bit of extra time. So good for them. It's encouragement to, not drink yourself to death the night before. Especially what I know, because we're on slightly different internet today. So I want to make sure that we're still getting good push through on YouTube. All right, here in a minute, once we've got deployment finished for these tables, we will go ahead and read through their lists. What I'll do in the meantime, while we're waiting for them to get deployed, is I will read off the modifications for this scenario. I want to say this is one of the simpler scenarios at Lonewolf. For those who have not been to Lonewolf before, Lonewolf uses a lot of custom scenarios. They're usually some form of modification of scenarios from the book. Some of them use progressive scoring. Some of them use just some wacky rules. It's good fun. That's in addition to the fact that all the players at the event are allowed to take one of 2 special characters, one of them being the Lone Wolf, one of them being the Lone Ranger. One of them's basically oriented toward shooting. One of them is basically oriented toward combat. All right. So let's see here. The scenario: Six Flags over Texas. We have 6 zones, 2x2. They're all the control zones from Control, as you would know. Players add up points based on the unit strength they have in each zone. The player with more points in a particular zone wins. Units can only contribute their unit strength toward a single zone. If they're standing between 2 zones, they must count the zone the majority of their footprint resides in. That's just standard Control rules, as most people know. Most scoring points per zone calculated controls that zone. Each zone is worth 4 points at the end of the game. You get a 1 point for contesting a zone, so there are benefits to tying a zone even if you can't take it. In addition to that, you have bonus points for controlling the center, 2 points for controlling the center zone on your opponent's side of the table, 1 point for controlling the center zone on your side of the table, so maintaining your defense, and 1 point if your opponent does not control any zones on your side of the table. So it's basically Control with a little bit more emphasis on which zones you want to take. But this is definitely one of the more easy scenarios to play, and especially for a day 2 at Lonewolf, where I imagine 70% of the room is probably hungover. Makes it pretty easy to play. So that is definitely a good thing, I think, for our crowd here. All right. See, take the 2 might go further along into take a look over there real quick. Again, I'd like to read off their lists. Oh yeah, baby. What are you doing? Just want to make sure we're not dropping frames. I don't see any frame drops yet, so. My God, is the poor computer struggling. Feel that it's too much right now. All right, so I don't think they're fully deployed, but they're deployed enough that we can at least start reading through these lists. So with Jason at the top playing elves and Jose playing his undead at the bottom. So Jason looks to almost be fully deployed. Looking over at his list. Could I get any further over side? Let me do this. There we go. All right, so for Jason's list, we have a horde of Palace Guard. Those are going to be here in the back, I believe. I don't think he has any other hordes. He does not, at least not infantry hordes. So we have a horde of Palace Guard here in the back. They have 2-handed weapons and the Staying Stone. We have a troop of Forest Guard. I believe those are here, covering half of the Palace Guard's front. We have 2 regiments of Kindred Gladestalkers. I believe those are these ones here. They do Gladestalker things. They're going to presumably scout forward and start taking pot shots. We have a horde, or sorry, 2 regiments of Silverbreeze Cav. So all these regiments, for the most part, I don't believe have any items. We have a horde of Dracons that's here behind the Palace Guard horde. They have Sir Jesse's Boots of Striding, like you do. We have an Archmage, which I believe this is going to be the trick, is spotting these individuals. So I might have to look closer here in a minute to get confirmation on exactly where they are. But I believe the Archmage is chilling behind this hill. He's taking advantage of the hill blocking line of sight to the beginning of the game. The Archmage has the Inspiring Talisman, Bane Chant 2, and Lightning Bolt 5. He has 2 Noble War Chariots. I believe those are here and here, respectively. So the reason this chariot is deployed sideways is that on the first turn, when you pivot a chariot, you can effectively gain an inch of movement because they have nimble. So he's doing a very old trick because the base is longer than it is wide. He then has the formation. So he has 2 more regiments of Dracons, followed by a Dracon riding Lord, Lord on Dracon, which I believe, I don't see the Lord off the top of my head, but I want to say it's in this cluster here. Or actually, sorry, no, it's here. That just looks like a piece of terrain from our angle, but that is actually the Dracon Lord with the wingspan. And the Dracon Lord in that formation has Hex 2 from the Trickster's Wand, which I think is an excellent buy. In addition, he has the Spell Ward and all. What does that formation actually give them? It's been a minute. Is it nimble? It's nimble. That's what it gives them. Yeah, it's been a minute. So yeah, so the formation gives all the Dracon regiments nimble, which makes them extremely potent flankers. Which this is a pretty standard, in my opinion, how you play elves, which is you put elves. You take a lot of shooting stuff, and then you shoot the enemy, and then the enemy has to come forward, and then you have a bunch of speed 10 stuff, and the enemy has to come in range of your speed 10 charging units, and then you charge wherever you want, and then you win. And that is Elves in a nutshell. Elves is all about being able to dictate the game from the start to finish. And then you're combining that with Elite. So if you're a new player looking for an army that's fairly easy to get into the game with, I would highly recommend starting with Elves. They're a very forgiving army for new players, in my mind. But shifting over to Jose's list here, we have our Undead player, who's made it all the way through pretty well. For some reason, it's listed pull up correctly, so we're going to track that down real quick. There we go, Jose Vega. So Jose Vega, similar to the Elves, is running a pretty standard Undead list. He's got a little bit of some adjustments to it. He has 2 regiments of zombies. Those are going to be here and here, respectively. They're just going to be his backline holders. They are there to do unlock stuff and to just park on objectives and score for the absolutely dirt cost of 70 points apiece. He has 2 troops of Wraiths, which I believe are here and here, respectively. Wraiths being defense 6. He's going to use those as screening chaff pieces. Behind them, I believe, are 2 hordes of Wights. I want to say he's got the Wights behind them, not the werewolves in his list. He does not have any items on his Wights. He has 2 hordes of werewolves. This is the part where I think a lot of current Undead players may not realize just how much cheaper werewolves got and how much more viable that makes them. So you have 1 horde of werewolves with the Helm of the Drunken Ram and 1 horde of werewolves with Sir Jesse's Boots of Striding. With speed 9 and nimble, that's going to make them able to close the gap really quickly and potentially make it difficult for the elves to shoot them off before they are under threat. And their speed 9 means that only the Dracons can keep them at range. But they're durable enough that only the horde of Dracons is a threat to them versus the regiments, at least to the face. So I think he's playing them on the flank. I'm guessing he has a Lycanus. He does. He has Lycanus to then give them some additional bonuses. Don't know that he bought the upgrade for the Lycanus. But regardless, he's got that little battle group there. Then he has 2 swarms of Death Pack. So another unit I think that sometimes gets overlooked. I want to say the Death Pack are here and here respectively. He then has a Necromancer loaded out with Surge and Veil of Shadows to get stealthy. I want to say that that's going to be in this battle group over here to make it super durable. The Necromancer is on foot, so that makes sense to me. He also upgraded it with Knowledgeables to make sure that it gets access to Veil of Shadows, I believe. He then also has Morgoth the Mandatory. Morgoth the Mandatory is probably flying around somewhere in this group. For the record, Morgoth's changes and Clash were that he can cast 2 spells a turn now, in addition to getting a little bit of a points drop. That way he can not feel like he's paying 100 points for spells that he can only use 1 of a turn. The Vampire, then backing all this up is a Vampire Lord on Undead Dragon. The unit strength 2 coming in to give it a little bit of a boost there. He bought the Staying Stone, which effectively makes it an 18-19. Probably the best waiver mitigation item in the game. And then he has played that here in the back corner. So this is definitely first turn at this point. So top of 1. Jason looks to be have either scouted forward a little bit, but this is definitely after scout moves. So he's going to take that initial opening barrage, and since a lot of his shooting got to scout up to be in position, he will probably be doing it without movement penalties, especially since almost everything is steady aim. So I imagine we're going to see some of the death pack get picked up here. But you can see that he's using this piece of terrain. We saw this yesterday. This massive piece of impassable terrain shrinks the board quite a bit. So what that's doing is that means that Jason's able to form a little bit of an arc here. And that basically forces Jose to be very cautious as he comes in, because he needs to either be able to attack the far side of this arc on this side, or he's going to be, if he walks straight forward into the center, he basically has to deal with being flanked on all sides by flying speed 10 stuff. So it is a scary position to be in when you start seeing that reverse crescent shape get formed. It prevents a lot of multi-charging, just gives you a big advantage as the defensive player in that situation. And being elves, he's going to have a lot of shots that he can pour into things to force. I mean, Jose does not have the shooting to endure that. So flipping back over to table 1. We are going to take a look at Jesse and Dustin's lists now. Now that they are fully deployed, it looks to be turn 1 with Jesse taking first turn. Top of turn 1. Top 1. So we're going to look at Dustin's list first because Jesse went first. So he's going to be moving stuff. So just so we have clear line of sight to the units. Also, just this camera's been having some trouble this weekend, so we're going to do a quick reset on this camera. Just to make sure it's at the highest quality I can get it for you guys at home. All right, so wow, we had another list that didn't go through correctly, and it was Jesse's. So I don't know why the Dropbox just isn't playing nice with opening up lists. Okay, there we go. All right, so for Dustin Howard, we have Ogres. He has the Lone Ranger. I didn't actually see which character Jason had taken, but I guarantee you for Jason and Jose almost certainly took the Wolf, and Jason almost certainly took the Lone Ranger. I would have been very surprised if Jose took Lone Ranger instead of the Wolf. There is no way that Jason took the Wolf instead of the Lone Ranger, because it's a shooting element in a list that he wants to shoot with. But for Dustin here, we have 3 regiments of warriors, also known as the battery to make warlocks good. He has them, I want to say, here, here, and here, respectively. He then has 3 hordes of siege breakers, which is pretty common. You have 1, 2, and 3, respectively. One of them has the Jesse's Boots of Striding. One of them has the Staying Stone. Just making sure those are all hordes. He has the Boomer Chariot Regiment or Troop. The Boomer Chariot Troop's actually way out on the side here, which is a little interesting, but I'm guessing that's because he realizes that Jesse has basically no shooting, so he doesn't actually need to rely on the stealthy aura. But he did buy it, the Sacred Horn black powder guns, which provide the stealthy aura. He has a giant, which is fairly obvious. He took the Cleaver, which is for Slayer. He then has a sergeant with a heavy crossbow, a second sergeant with a heavy crossbow. These are great little plinking devices. 5 attacks on, even on 5s, but with piercing 2 and steady aim means that they're able to usually ignore cover, and no movement shoot penalty means that they can get just good shots even if it's on 5s. He then has 3 over Warlocks, like you do. One of them has Lightning Bolt 3 and Drain Life 5. Another has Lightning Bolt 3 and Drain Life 5 with the Conjurer's Staff. And one of them has Lightning Bolt 5, just Lightning Bolt 5, but the Boomstick to bring it up to Lightning Bolt 7. And then he presumably also has, yes, Namagarok to round that out with 4th Warlock, effectively. If you want to ask me which Warlock is which, I don't know which one is which from this angle, but they are all currently positioned in the front of his units, given that, again, Jesse has no shooting to threaten him with. Makes it pretty safe to play them aggressively forward. And then flipping over to Dustin's list here. We are still live, still connection. Chat just quieted. And I get an oh yeah. Let's see if people are in chat paying attention. But for Jesse here on the other side with his Forces of the Abyss list, he's moving forward very aggressively, like you need to do when you don't have any shooting. You're facing a line of shooting. Both these players playing very boxy lists. Jesse has 2 regiments of Abyssal Ghouls. I believe 1 regiment is here. He's just going to use that as scoring. The other regiment is here. He has 2 hordes of Molochs, both with spoiler champions. One with Sir Jesse's Boots of Striding. Those are going to be here and here, respectively. Presumably, the one with Sir Jesse's Boots is this one. 4 regiments of Tortured Souls. 1, 2, 3, and 4, respectively. I think it's hiding behind this pillar. And then we have 2 Croniuses. Those are going to be here and here. One of those is not a Cronius. It is the Well of Souls, but I'm imagining the Well of Souls is actually back here. And he just hasn't moved it up yet. He does have the Well of Souls. He then has Zazuzu the Betrayer, which I imagine is here. So that's Banshee 2, Lightning Bolt 4. And then he has an Abyssal Warlock, as well as a Seductress with the Gnome Glass Shield, Knowledgeable, and Host Shadow Beast. I believe she is running around here in the front, just barely staying in cover. All right, so yeah, I don't know if they're going to play. Jesse's at a little bit of a disadvantage to play super boxy here because he doesn't have the ranged firepower to reach out and touch Dustin, whereas Dustin has the ranged firepower to reach out and touch Jesse. So Jesse may actually be playing for something closer to a draw here to try to keep his advantage in points lead. He may not actually get super aggressive against Dustin's list. Dustin's list is super boxy, which is why you can see that it occupies effectively 2 out of the 6 quadrants of the table and hasn't moved anywhere else. Um, so it'll be interesting to see how they play out this game. I suspect that Jesse's going to play more passively this game and only basically go for a lower win, not like try to occupy everything simultaneously. And Dustin, I think, will slowly try to move the box into the other side of the table to try and get a larger win because he's further back on points. That is my assumption, but we'll find out as they continue. Shifting over to table 2 here. We have Jason, again, has taken that initial forward movement. We did see that he picked up one of the death pack here. It looks like it's also, for the record, this is now bottom of 1. It's like Jose has started his movement. It's trying to see basically how far Jason's 10-inch threats can reach and where they can get to and how many can fit. This is all good play. You see a lot of those extra spare bases being put down so that they can determine how charges would resolve. This is good play. You want to, you can actually see it. I'm just going to point this out for new players who may come and watch this later, or even experienced players who may not do this. See this giant bag of spare bases at the back left and this giant pile of extra little corner edge markers. This is fantastic. This allows you to do exactly what they're doing here, where they're basically checking to see if things could successfully charge or if things could move, and then they've got little markers to put down so that if they actually have to move the unit, then they have some ways to move it back to where it was beforehand. It's just all very good and clean. Makes for these really nice games where we never have to argue about rules. I swear, it's one of the best things about Kings. The movement is so clean that rules tend to not be an issue. Just leads to better, more sporting games. I'm not biased. I know people are going to be pinging me, asking me for results as results come in. Just be aware that I won't have access to those until they're provided by Mark. So I will try to get results for maybe some of the other players. I'm sure the Brits are interested to know how Tom Robinson and Paul Welsh are doing over the course of the day. Tom is close enough to the top tables that he could have a shot at placing. Paul is probably far enough back that he's looking for those, surprising probably to no one, he's looking for those paint awards at this point. But we will try to get updates on where they are doing. I do have pretty good line of sight to what I would consider the top 2 rows of players. So basically tables 1 through 6, which are again the tables that I believe have a chance of placement at this point. So we will keep an eye on those, and then as those wrap up, we will try to see if we can get updated standings as we can. But don't expect those for at least another hour because we're still pretty early in this match. So looking at our game here, again, the nice thing, we're back to a non-progressive scoring scenario, so we don't have to track anything crazy. This is just control effectively. So Jose playing it a little cautiously, throwing in a chaff piece here, which is going to force Jason to have to shoot or charge the chaff piece, which I think is the correct thing to do in this case. He basically needs to put some pressure on so he can advance up the board. I suspect we're going to see that happen here on the right with his block of whites and wraiths and the undead dragon. He'll aggressively push that forward and force Jason to either have to commit to charging, potentially force him to back up. Jason has enough board space to where backing up and shooting over the course of the game is a viable option. He might not be able to do that on his left flank. So over here on the left, the werewolves are far enough forward that they should basically be able to charge anything, even if it backs up, excluding maybe the dragons. But his right flank could be put in a similar position. I think that's what Jose needs to do here, is as much as I don't like doing it coming into elves is never what you want to do, but you have to in this case. I think he has to position forward. He has to get his units aggressively positioned to force Jason to commit to charges, and that by forcing Jason to commit to charges, that will limit what Jason can shoot at, and likewise allow Jose to uh, slowly overcome the elf advantage. Um, Jason having a lot of nimble, finagly bits is going to be quite advantageous in terms of all right. Sorry, I'm having to run social media on my phone because the computer is stressed to the maximum in terms of what it can do for uh, the stream at this point. The poor computer is definitely reaching its limit, um, but it's holding out for this day. So yeah, you can curse and yell as much as you want. But all right, so yeah, here we see Jose pushing up using the wraiths as cover. Now the wraiths aren't quite as wide as the whites that they are covering, so he's got to always be a little bit cautious about that when doing his moves. But frankly, in my opinion, if as long as the whites have enough of their frontage covered, that means that things charging them risk being flanked in response, and whites being dash 17 are fairly durable. They'll get cover from the infantry in front of them. They'll get cover from the forest that they're about to go into. The wraiths being defense 6 means that anything shy of the horde of Drakons coming into them is going to have a difficult time actually moving them. So yeah, it's about as aggressive a position he's going to be able to take on the table. The question is whether or not he then comes out of it to fight Jason. So all right, we're going to flip back over to table 1 here in a second. How are we doing? Oh, the audio bitrate is behind. Well, that's I don't know what it is YouTube in their audio compression, but for whatever reason they always suggest that the audio isn't going, but it should be. All right. All right, apologize for that. Got a judge call. So sorry, we are flipping back to one. All right, so based on positioning, we are on bottom of one. Both these players, incredibly technical players, so expect to see a lot of time used for movement, and then we're gonna jump back and forth at the end and watch things just be dead. All right, so Dustin has very slightly shifted out here. Nothing too crazy. Again, playing very boxed, using his advantage with warlocks and other long-range shooting to start plinking at this troop of tortured souls. Sorry, not troop, regiment of tortured souls. I swear we gotta get some of that terminology cleaned up next release. But so going ahead and plinking it with ogres and Nom, respectively. And again, this to me is why I feel Dustin has an advantage in the round, is he has some degree of a shooting battery versus Jesse does not. But Dustin will play super slow, picking off what he can bit by bit until he can then gain enough of an advantage to push across the table. That would be my assumption. But as we go, we'll see how this plays out. So yeah, we're seeing some initial plinking. Shipped over. All right. I wish there was more to really report on this game, but it's going to be a lot of discussion and dice rolling early. There's not a whole lot of crazy positional play. I do feel like Jesse could angle his units more toward the center of the table, but he could just be using this for the first turn march to get as far forward as possible. Then second turn, he'll turn at a angle here and start looking toward the center. Similar to how these boomer chariots were used. But as it stands, I think we're going to see this Tortured Soul regiment get linked off pretty consistently. He's already done a significant amount of damage with the shooting. So yeah, we see a Tortured Soul regiment picked up first blood to Destin. But that is ultimately, I think, the issue that Jesse is going to have to deal with. Which again, I think Jesse might not even play for an aggressive win. He might just be playing to hold enough quadrants to minimize a loss or get something close to a draw, because as his tournament standings go, he's ahead of the pack by 7 points. So he can afford to take a minor loss or a maybe not a minor loss, but he can afford to take a draw and not risk his position. So flipping back, because we're seeing a little bit more action. My transition is off. Hold up. That didn't happen at all yesterday. What's going on? Just because it's breaking on frames? I don't know what happened to my transition here, but apparently the frames changed. Okay, there we go. Yeah, not sure what's going on with that, but that should be fixed now, so not getting a weird little awkward incorrect transition. Looking over at table 2, we are definitely on the top of 2, as I see Jason going ahead and starting to figure out some positioning. Also, top of 2 with a space. Come on. Come on, guys. So what we're seeing is Jason is looking at positioning things to block off charges here, saying the regiment of Dracons potentially being thrown into these werewolves while chariots being thrown into these ones. They're nimble. So between flying and nimble, we should very easily see things be able to make and connect. Looks like he's putting the chariot in to shove the Dracon regiment slightly further to the left, just to be extra careful about things getting flanked. Their height should also make it very difficult for this Lycanus to draw a line of sight to this chariot to be able to get a cheeky flank. It's also covering the flank of these I don't want to call them Wind Raiders. That's definitely not right. Silver Breeze Cavalry. There we go. So the Silver Breeze Cavalry, he's got the flank well protected. If anything, they might be looking to dive through the center and pick off the werewolves. Or sorry, not the werewolves. He might be trying to dive past the werewolves in order to pick off the zombies, which I think is an interesting choice. I don't dislike that plan at all. It does mean that the werewolves, in order to stop them, would have to either take a bad withdraw and take a -1 hit penalty, and ignore the Noble War Chariot in front of them to do so. And likewise, if they ignore the Noble War Chariot might be able to go and start grinding the zombies down. And that just puts a lot of pressure on Jose to find ways to pick off all these units without losing too much. And he needs to do it in a low number of turns, or else he'll lose his scoring pieces and not have enough pieces to effectively do things. So much of Jose's army is kind of invested in this Wraith White Brigade that if Jason uses his speed advantage to effectively run around it, Jose does have some surge. Actually check on his number. He's got surge 10 for Morgoth, which is huge. He does not have surge on his Vampire Lord. He does have surge 6 on his Necromancer. So he's got 16 surge to play around with, which is not bad, and he probably has it all well within the stuff that can be surged. So that's going to be the Wraiths and the Whites on the right. Never discount a 7-inch move from a White Horde followed backed up by Surge to shove it aggressively forward. And Jose is definitely a player who I've seen pull those moves sometimes, so it is absolutely viable. Certainly he defends against those moves exceptionally well from experience having played him. He's well aware of the potential of a long bomb surge, as I call it. I'm still not a fan of long bomb surges, but in this case, it could potentially catch Jason off guard if he's not ready for it. The other alternative is he could be using the forest as a way to effectively hide behind it with the whites, and then using surge, he can fly into the forest and then surge out of it, or just move to the forest, surge out of it. He has some options there to potentially jump on Jason's front lines. Lots of flanking opportunities with the Wraiths as well, given that they're a troop. So Jason looks like he's finished up his movement. He's just moving on to shooting. And we're seeing the advantage of Elite coming to play here. Getting a couple plinks. Jose realizing that he had a wound there already. So it does look like, for the record, I think these bases that we're seeing, these are actually in use. So this is a regiment of Dracons, and this is a horde of Dracons. They've just been moved back so that they're not clipping the horde. Jason's army is very pretty. We'll try to get an overhead shot of these armies as we can. But we're seeing some shooting here. Just plinking in. Now, depending on how much shooting damage is done, I will be curious to see Jose's reaction on the following turn. I really, really like this play by Jason to aggressively move up the Silver Breeze Cav to try and get shots at the zombies hiding in the back. I think that's an excellent play to effectively catch, get rid of Jose's scoring units that normally, when you're playing Undead or Abyssals in Jesse's case, you just leave those cheap disposable regiments that cost almost nothing in points. And yeah, they're not doing anything, but but that's not true. They are doing something. They're scoring, and they take a significant amount of effort to remove for how cheap they are, and so it's your opponent has to focus a lot more points to getting rid of them, even if they themselves don't ever do damage in a game. So I like that Jason's trying to take the initiative and get rid of them early while he has a good opportunity to do so. And so that way he's not caught out later trying to play catch up like on turn 6 or turn 7 when those units are fresh and haven't even been targeted yet. It's a good strategy in my opinion. So Jason's been doing some shooting. I am going to flip back over to table 1 briefly. Just to make sure we're not missing any action over here. It has switched to Jesse's turn. So we are on top of 2 now. So Jesse is moving up and seeing, you can see just how many spare bases he has to basically check how Dustin could move in and engage him. He does look like he's shifted up one of his regiments, this regiment of ghouls. I want to say they're abyssal ghouls. Whatever is dirt cheap. Yeah, abyssal ghouls. So at 90 points are very similar to zombies, except that they're significantly more defense at defense 4 and 16 nerve versus zombies, which are cheaper but have defense 2 and less nerve, but are fearless to compensate. I think they're also faster. I think zombies are only speed 4. It's been a minute. Zombies are as weak as infantry comes. No, they are speed 5. So dash 15, speed 5, defense 2. So, but Abyssal Ghouls pay a little bit more for the higher nerve cap of 16 and the defense 4, which is a pretty significant difference when you're being shot. So he's going to use those as his scoring things. Again, we see them here. He's going to basically just move this into this corner and just leave it there to tag it. He'll leave something back here to tag this corner, potentially his Well of Souls up until the last minute. And then he'll have his regiment here holding this corner. And that's 3 sections of the table. So technically at that point, he's looking at a draw unless Dustin comes forward. So he might try to play this very passively and force Dustin to start moving toward him earlier than later. But Dustin can take, again, I would say Dustin has a safe 2 to 3 turns worth of shooting before he's forced to start walking forward. I see. Okay, so Jesse's going to try to force the issue a little bit more by having the Cronus's move forward and at least force some shots or force Dustin to come in a little bit earlier. It looks like this is Jason's Lone Wolf that he has taken and has aggressively moved forward again to try to threaten some of the stuff. But it's worth noting that even though Dustin's army looks significantly smaller in terms of its overall table coverage, the stuff that is back here is 2 hordes of siege breakers, a horde of siege breakers, and then 3 regiments of ogre warriors, none of which are slouches. And all the warlocks can double up as decent combat characters if needed, as well as all of the ogre sergeants, which are just as effective in combat as they are with shooting for the most part. So there is a surprising amount of maneuverability in this very small package, which is why ogres are so difficult to come into. And another great army to play if you're looking for an army to start with. So So yeah, this is again mostly a positioning game with going to be some light amounts of shooting. Um, okay. Yeah, I think this game is going to be a very passive chess-like match. So we'll tune into it as we can, but there's not a lot I can offer as commentary. Um, they're basically, I think Jesse's going to evaluate how many turns he can withstand before stuff has to happen. So shifting back over here, this is, I believe, Jose's bottom of two. Yeah, this is definitely bottom two. So a troop of white, sorry, not whites, wraiths was picked up by shooting, despite being in cover as well. So concentrated shooting really paying off there and able to pick up a truth of wraiths. Being dash 12 means that it doesn't take a lot to actually kill them if you can get through the damage, but still pretty impressive there. The zombies over here we can see have started taking damage, so again, sneaking through and trying to get those shots. Um, it looks like Jose is contemplating doing a corkscrew here, or at least seeing if it's possible. Certainly, he's uh, looking at what options he has with these werewolves. Um, all right. Oh, actually, what I think happened here, unfortunately, is that I think the werewolves were wavered by the singular chariot, which must have been a hot roll from Jason to get that because they were pretty much fresh as far as I can tell. Um, so an unfortunate waiver there. Definitely going to set Jose back on that flank. Um, so he's doubling up here to make sure that this Drakon regiment at least goes away, and then using his werewolves to provide cover for the zombies in the short term. So it's really going to come down to, can Jose make it through here and punch the elves? He's checking for some charge ranges here or for some distance to see if he can make it in there. I think it'd be a pretty impressive leap, get all the way. He might be trying to see if he can get a surge trick onto the side flank of that horde of Palace Guard. Um, it's also worth noting that he did not leave, I want to say, the unit's completely unengaged here on the left. I believe Jose has used his lone wolf character. I believe that is what this is here. Charge the back of Drakon Lord character. And then that should hopefully ground it, preventing its options for movement. And then the lone wolf character is not too shabby, so he might also be able to put on some decent damage. I think he actually activated its Cloak of Death based on what counters are out. We'll have to see later. But as I see it on the table, I think he activated Cloak of Death, and that's allowed him to put a lot of individual plink damage on things. So he's looking to maybe get some lucky rolls, kill off this Drakon Lord. It also means he has Dread, so the Drakon Regiment is at 1 wound and 1 wound from Cloak of Death, and will be at -1 from Dread, taking the regiment from a 14 top to a 12 top fresh against a horde of werewolves and a Lycanus. So a decent chance for them to pop. So looks like Jose has decided instead of trying for any long bomb surges, he's just going to make sure that the Silver Breeze cab over there just drops dead. Looks like he was, I think what's happened here, and I'm going to again go to my zoomed in camera because everything here is very tight. I think he was able to sneak either a lucky flank, maybe something Jason just wasn't looking at with his chariot. Maybe Jason hasn't quite gotten as much play with those chariots just yet to pay attention to their slightly wider flanks. But it looks like a troop of Wraiths was able to sneak through and get a flank on this noble chariot here, which is actually really good for Jose, because if he's able to kill it, and even if he doesn't kill it, it puts a lot of threat onto the center of the table, where they'll have to turn and deal with it even as a chaff piece, because it could potentially, especially with Surge in the game, it could ground the Drakon Horde and strip their Thunderous. It could punch into the potentially fly over and surge the rear of the horde of Palace Guard. It could potentially do the same thing to the Drakons. I mean, it offers a lot of options when Surge is in play. And yeah, it's only 10 attacks, but when you get a Surge into a rear, suddenly those 10 attacks turn to 30 attacks, and that becomes a lot scarier. So Jose is going to reposition the dragon. I think he realizes that he has to risk moving it out of into line of sight from behind the forest where he had put it before. He's going to use Morgoth to provide his Inspired instead, it looks like, and he'll try to see what options he has there. Morgoth has Dread, I believe, on top of all this, right? So he's effectively bringing an additional -1. Now, I don't think it matters for the... it won't matter for the whites. They should have Brutal anyway, yes. But it could potentially matter for the Wraiths, assuming they are still in play after all of this. Yeah, Morgoth does have Dread. Also with Drain Life 7 in play, Morgoth could potentially be a late game run around and poke things. He was always good at that. But here I imagine we're going to see some Bane Chant followed up by some Drain Life if he can get line of sight to it. But he's going to primarily focus on Bane Chant, I believe. All right, we're going to flip back over to table 1 briefly. Sorry, as I do see things heating up at least a little bit. So we are seeing Dustin's bottom of 2. Again, this is mostly going to be a positional chess-like game, so Dustin's going to be maneuvering stuff as opposed to hard engaging right now. So he's positioning himself just out of units, ranges, trying to take an arc as he slowly moves across the board. I think we're going to see that center very slowly creep forward, keeping the regiments of warriors in the back, so to deal with any sort of flying shenanigans from the Tortured Souls. I almost feel like he's being overcautious here, but you might want to spread out the Warlocks at least a little bit just to make sure that he doesn't have a single Tortured Souls regiment block off too much stuff at the same time. But yeah. So we're going to see a lot of clock time used in turns 1 and 2 of these guys. I suspect they're going to be down to almost nothing by the time other games are already done. But I just wanted to show that this is, again, a super positional game. There's not a lot that I can bring to the commentary of it. Just that, again, I suspect that Dustin will not move forward to engage, but will rather sit back and shoot until he is absolutely forced to engage. And in fact is going to shuffle his characters as he can. He's going to be limited in how he can do that, because while they are nimble, he can only be so nimble while positioning. So he either has to shuffle sideways, pivot, and then continue shuffling sideways. But there's only going to be so many pivots he gets with these characters. They are not individuals. And even individuals, it's important to remember. I think sometimes when people see nimble large characters and nimble, especially nimble individuals, where you get a free start of turn pivot followed by a nimble pivot when you charge, you don't have infinite pivots. You don't just get to measure, however many inches they have and just assume that they'll get there. You have to make sure that you're still playing by the other rules of the game. You still have to make sure that, can only take 2 pivots. So these characters, especially not being individuals, meaning that they only get their 1 nimble pivot during a move. Now, they have some options in how they do that. But yeah, we'll have to see how that progresses. I imagine Dustin's going to use a lot of time in getting just perfect positioning there. But we're going to flip over to table 2, where dice are being rolled. All right. Couple extra judge calls today to make sure that things are happening. So looking here at Jesse and not Jesse, Jason and Jose. We got 3 people with the name starting with J. We got Jose, Jason, Jesse. But Jose looking for, I assume, a nerve check here. Might even pop his tournament reroll depending on what he's trying to kill. Yeah, if he only wavers that, I would absolutely tournament reroll that. So I'm not it. Oh, well, it looks like the turn flipped. It looks like he was not able to kill either unit, but he did waver both of them. So must have been some really unfortunate rolls on the race or on the whites. Those would have had to been really bad rolls on the whites to not kill the Silver Breeze regiment. All things considered, and the Drakon regiment only being wavered is a little bit more realistic. Definitely unfortunate, but still very surprising that neither unit died, and that might mean that we see a slow decline for Jose over the course of the rest of the game. I suspect we do see Jason having charged in his Noble War Chariot against the zombies, so he did a little bit of nimble shenanigans to get through there. He was on the hill, so he could see over the horde of werewolves, and that allowed him to nimble shenanigan to charge the zombies. That's going to allow him to pick up the zombies and then probably just run the Noble Chariot off to be a scoring piece for the rest of the game. The Silver Breeze Cav have now positioned, or have not positioned yet. He's trying to see if he can position them. I feel like that was a little loosey-goosey. Hopefully Jose keeps him too, but I'm like, yeah, he's got a limited degree of where he can position himself with that unit to where it won't get charged by something with the dragon on one side, the werewolves on the other. Does not look like the Drakon Lord was wavered, but a little hard to say from the angle that it is currently. Yeah, the Drakon Horde looks like it's coming into the flank of a horde of whites on the right-hand side, which, again, to me, that's probably the most devastating part, is that the Noble Chariot was not wavered despite a flank. Jose's dice was just deserted in there, because 20 dice on 4s and 3s should have brought the Noble War Chariot down to at least like 7 or 8 wounds and potentially wavered and or killed it. And then on top of that, the Silver Breeze still being alive is really the kicker, because even hindered, 2 hordes of whites should have had 18 hits at like 14 wounds easily, and then brutal on top of that. And they must have missed it by like 1 or 2, just enrolled super low. Having that happen with 1 combat at a turn is rough. Having it happen with all your combats in a turn is devastating. So yeah, I think I'm rooting for Jose a little bit here, but I don't know that he can overcome that level of dice desertion, for lack of a better term. So, but Jason's still going to play it smart. He's still going to be very careful with the rest of his movements, make sure he doesn't give Jose opportunities to make a recovery. That is important. So even if you're ahead, even if your opponent is rolling low and having to deal with it, you still want to play your best, play your strongest. Don't make mistakes, because that is the easiest way. Is you get complacent, and then suddenly with that complacency, everything starts falling apart. So right now, I think Jason just isn't caring about the Werewolf Horde on the left and the Lycanus, because effectively his Drakon Horde is blocking line of sight to everything, which is working out super well for him. Now, yeah, also getting that werewolf, that the horde of werewolves getting wavered with presumably very little damage on them, just that alone is also just super rough. Because the most that chariot could have done would have been 5 wounds. So it had to have been like a double 6 waver. And putting that specific, if the other werewolf unit had been wavered, it would not really matter. But this werewolf unit being wavered prevented a lot of board control opportunity for Jose, where it could have actually showcased a lot of withdraw, nimble corkscrew options. Oh man. Well, I don't see any grinding engagements from table 1, so we're gonna hold out here for a little bit. Watch these dice roll out. In the meantime, I'm gonna eat my breakfast. All right. Wow. Okay. Well, things go from bad to worse for Jose, where it looks like the combined shooting elements of Silver Breeze Cav here and the two regiments of Gladestalkers here managed to collectively bombard the dragon. That plus the Lone Ranger, I suspect, was able to kill it in a single round of shooting. That is devastating for Jose's comeback potential here. So I definitely think things are from bad to worse here. Let's see if these zombies who are not inspired can survive being picked up. Does look like they get picked up here by the Noble War Chariot. So the good thing for Jason is the Horde of Werewolves. The good thing for Jose is it looks like the Horde of Werewolves was not wavered this time, and so will at least have some relevance for this next turn. Um, that gives him some more counterplay options over here. He really needs it to happen, though, because the shooting battery in the center of the table now doesn't have anything threatening it. This might not even be a case of like devastating dice rolls being a thing. It might just be like the right dice rolls in the right places are what's causing it. I did just see that he did basically nothing to the troop of Wraiths with his Noble War Chariot. This looks to be the Drakon Horde attacking the Horde of Whites in the forest. 7 wounds from the first round. A lot of questions. All right, that was the wackiest judge question of the event so far. So yeah, the horde of whites vaporizes, surprising no one, being flanked by a horde of Dracons to the front, or to a flank. Again, this is just, I feel like Jose is just slowly losing opportunity pieces here, and there's just not enough left to really take advantage of everything. And it sounds like it came down to just some really rough rounds of combat, getting some lucky waivers from Jason's sides and some incredibly bad rolling from Jose to get a kill. Looking over back, look for some positioning here. Looks like, oh, I swear to God, if they're still on turn 2. I think they are rolling shooting for turn 2. So they are slowly going through the Warlocks, and I imagine he's peppering one of these Croniuses, which is in cover, to get some damage at it, and then looking to see what options he has here. So he's doing what we suggest. Looks like he. Oh no, I was gonna say he hasn't clocked over. I thought he clocked over for a second. It's like that would be weird. We missed a whole bunch. But slow movement over there. I'm gonna make sure we get our turn counter correct here. This should be bottom of 3 now. Again, Jose's options are incredibly limited in what he can do and with what options. So it looks like he turned his zombies in the bottom left center in order to face the Noble War Chariot, which I imagine is facing the zombies. The whites are going to have no other option but to charge back into the Silver Breeze Cav. He might be able to, though I don't think it would be a good idea, back up and do a withdraw, front charge. Sorry about that. Yeah, no, there was no sound. I was answering judge questions. Some complicated judge questions today, apparently. Everyone getting up and hungover apparently has forgotten how to play the game or use their rulebook. So, and the questions are being brought to me rather than me walking over the table, which is why I'm here and you can't hear me. So, hopefully that's all fixed. Do a check on the breathing on the mic, make sure that's good. Okay, we're good there. All right. So looking over here, catching back up with Jose and Jason's game, which I guarantee you is much more interesting than just the Jesse game, at least currently. Jason, words. Jose was able to pick up the Silver Breeze Regiment with his whites. Unfortunately, probably a turn too late. I imagine, I don't even know if Jason popped his J-boots here. There's a very good chance that he didn't, and I'd still be worried about this whiteboard being able to do anything on its turn if it can even survive. The good news for Jose to make this game a little bit more even is that both the werewolf units picked up their respective opponents. This brings the werewolves back into play to where they might actually be able to be a threat to Jason's center. That was critical. I do believe he needed this to happen last turn to be in a commanding position in the game, but he at least has some play left now. I really think it just comes down to he has effectively, because these zombies aren't doing anything. The chariot doesn't even have to charge them. The chariot could back up, just keep shooting them. And the Silver Breeze could frankly come around the corner and shoot them from the other side. So I'm just going to write off these zombies as an inevitable casualty. So it really comes down to, can Jose make use of these werewolves to get something done here in the center? And can these whites survive and outgrind the melee options? It looks like the Dracons have just decided to charge Morgoth the Mandatory or potentially a Necromancer, I'm not sure which, and opened up the door for the Palace Guard to charge in rather than these units over here. So, yeah, we're going to see how this plays out here. Now, the whites do have access to surge from either the Necromancer or the or Morgoth. So with both options on the table, they might be able to get some stuff done, especially if this is Morgoth, and especially if Morgoth does not die in one hit. That's going to provide some options for Jose on his turn. But again, I definitely think Jason has a massive advantage at this point in the game due to some of the poor rolling from Jose earlier, as well as some a lucky waiver at the start. Shifting back over to table one, where I believe we are now finally at Jesse's turn 3. So this should be top of 3 now. So Dustin gonna use every second on that clock. I guarantee it by the end of this game. So it looks like the Cronius that was being shot was not removed, and it did survive the shooting from Dustin. It does look like Jesse is, rather than engaging, just going to be pushing forward a little bit of stuff. It looks like his Lone Wolf came in here and has attacked one of Dustin's characters. He popped Cloak of Death to effectively get 1 wound on a bunch of stuff, and also the reasoning here is not to put a wound on a bunch of things. I don't think Jesse is worried about that. What he is worried about is that Wolf, he wants to try and kill the character he's engaged in a single round of combat. By popping Cloak of Death, he's effectively creating 1 modifier on the nerve. Wolf has Dread innately, which is going to create a 2nd modifier, so that character is starting at effectively -2 to its total nerve before you roll any dice. So this means that you're removing randomness from the equation. You're just starting at -2. So if that is an Ogre Warlock, that would mean that it is starting with, I want to say 12 nerve at the top. Yes, they're all 12, 14. So that means he already is within range of being killed because his nerve has been reduced from 14 to 12 at the top, with a extra bonus of then you do the damage from the actual character itself. Will possibly take it to within a 6 or a 7, depending on how many attacks the wolf hits and wounds with. If it's a sergeant, it's a little bit of a higher ask. The sergeants being 13-15 means that they're significantly tankier and harder to kill. Nom is also a 12-14, but it's defense 5. So I would assume that this is just either a regular warlock or a sergeant. But in either situation, he's trying to hopefully one-shot the character, or at the very least get a waiver on it. He clearly doesn't care about the wolf in this instance. The wolf is not worth any bonus points in this mission for losing it, so he's just trying to reduce some of that shooting potential. This is very much because there are no kill modifiers on this scenario at all. I suspect Jesse will literally throw every piece of his army away to just deny Dustin the ability to walk into the bottom center square, the bottom right square, and the upper right square as he can. I imagine that those 3 squares, Jesse will sacrifice every piece as long as he have 1 scoring unit in each one of those and prevent Dustin from walking in. And it's going to be tricky. I don't think it's impossible, but I definitely think that's going to require almost perfect timing given how much shooting output Dustin has had over the first 2 turns. Acronius with 9 wounds in 1 round of lightning bolt is nothing to sneeze at. All right. Yeah, so they're even discussing it. They've both decided that this is the turn 3 is going to be super slow for Jesse as they determine. They're basically mathing out, or I would imagine Jesse is mathing out how many pieces, like how many turns can he buy with his units before Dustin is able to start just walking across. I would imagine that Jesse is hoping that this game ends on turn 6 and not turn 7 in order to make this work. I would almost guarantee that that is the game plan here. I do not think Jesse has any illusion of being able to beat Dustin in a head-on fight here. He is playing the scenario, which is the correct way to do this. And taking advantage of the fact that Dustin's army has to play very box-like. And that's going to force Dustin to slowly have to crawl forward. 1 hour left in the round, and they're on the top of 3. That's not a tight clock surprise face. Pikachu surprise face. Yeah, exactly. Not super surprising for those who know him. But yeah, that's definitely, in my opinion, of what is actually happening in this game. So very tactical, very much an example of, in my opinion, some extremely excellent level play, showcasing a game of Kings where, frankly, there may have never been combat, and this may have been one of the best games of Kings in terms of just pure positional play and understanding the scenario. The goal here is to play a scenario, not to kill stuff. So, yeah. Oh, I mean, I don't even think it's strictly it's just good for clean play and making sure that, rounds stay on time, because, I think there's several of us who are extremely, tactical thinkers could potentially play a single turn out in 2 hours and measure every single possible angle, because there are a lot of angles to check. But I think part of the skill that comes with the game, so how you can actually measure tangible skill in Kings, is not just being able to do that, but being able to decide what's more. We talk about this a lot when we do StarCraft casting, which is that it's skill is like a box, and in this case, actions are what you put in the box. So if we were talking StarCraft, that's how many actions per minute you can put out. If you have a lot of actions, if you're a very fast player, then that's cool. But if you don't have a lot of skill to use with your speed, then it's wasted. And likewise, you could be a very skillful player with a very large box, but if you don't have anything to put in the box, like if you don't have the speed to take advantage of that skill, then it's wasted. So in Kings, that translates to clock time to a limited degree, where you can be extremely adept at understanding that, this unit can flank here, this could flank here. You can measure out every angle and understand every way to minimize the impact of charges or to limit how charges could be brought into your force, and to effectively control the tempo of the game. I talk about that a lot when looking and analyzing games. Just having that level of control over what your opponent can do is an incredibly skillful play in Kings. But in addition to that, you need to not only be capable of knowing how to do that, but you also need to be able to do that quickly and know when it's more important to be worried about that versus less important. So, because otherwise you'll find out that on the bottom, if you're on the top of turn 4 or 5, and you're suddenly like, "Where's all my clock time?" So sometimes there are certain turns in the game where I feel like more emphasis is put into. So, like as we're seeing with Jesse and Dustin, and that this is very indicative of top level play for me, is that we're seeing the early turns be most of the clock time. Because once you get into the later game, you have fewer units, you have less board space most of the time, and because things have started engaging, your options have become more limited, and so you recognize that you don't need nearly as much time to actually resolve those turns. So I'm not surprised to see anywhere between 20 to 30 minutes of their hour of clock time be utilized up in turns 2 and 3, and then even as low as 10 minutes being left for turns 5, 6, 7, sometimes even lower. I've seen people get by with like 5 minutes for turns 5 and 6, depending on how much is left. Yeah. Deployment, sometimes people need to spend a little bit more time in. Having a game plan going into a game, like a overarching strategy, I think helps a lot. Understanding how both your army is going to play and how an opponent's army is going to play before you ever sit down at the table, or being able to very quickly analyze that before you start deploying, I think are excellent skills to utilize, because that allows you to deploy quickly while still having a plan and not messing up on deployment, because a bad deployment can spell disaster. But anyway, that's a little spiel about tactics to make this very slow movement fest interesting. We do see Jesse moving more up forward to commit. And again, I think this goal is just to make it difficult for Dustin to shove over here. It's also putting some pressure on Dustin, because if Dustin doesn't come forward and deal with this, now Jesse has the center of that table side. And while the quarters themselves are worth the same, I say quarters, the divisions, the squares are worth the same. Yeah, Dustin's cluster is absolutely terrifying. While all these squares are worth the same overall in terms of points, this one is worth more at the end of the game for bonus points. It also denies Dustin some scoring points. And if this puts some pressure on Dustin to make sure that he doesn't lose this section, because if he does, it's 2 extra points for Jesse in addition to these squares. It's also putting a wall of safety between this character here and this character here, meaning that Jesse can very safely assume that these are going to be secured by the end of the game. So again, as much as possible, if Jesse can just hold these 3 squares, that gives him a very good chance to win the game. And it's putting pressure on Dustin to not only take this square back, but also still have to get some stuff across here in the remaining 4 turns of movement he has. And again, in my mind, Jesse does not need to play to win this game. He needs to play to draw or take a minor loss, because he's up 7 points on the next highest lead. Yeah, Jesse has dropped 3 points total this event from his games. So he has been playing exceptionally well, at least in his previous 3 games. And I don't suspect we're going to see any difference in that play today. All right. Shifting back over to Jose and Jason. So again, options were fairly limited, and we see that I actually think we've had top and a bottom turn flip here. So this is actually bottom of 4, I believe, and this is because there just aren't a lot of pieces left for Jesse to play with. Surprisingly, it looks like Jason changed his mind and instead went into the whites over Morgoth, which allows the whites to countercharge the Horde of Dracons. The zombies were able to charge the Noble Chariot. Jason does look like he backed up, but did not get just out of range, allowing the zombies to get in there. Maybe he thought he would pick them up with the combined shooting. That is my best guess there. But that allowed the zombies to survive and charge the chariot. They then life leeched one. They're still most likely going to die, even just from the chariot alone on a counterpunch, but it at least lets them do something on their way out. Werewolves and Lycanus. One of the werewolf units was picked up by the shooting battery from the center. The other unit looks to have, with help from the Lycanus, charged one of the Gladestalker units. Presumably this will knock down, depending on if this was the Strider Boots one or not, they might be able to pop them one turn. Looks like they got a pretty good roll to hit. I'm also making the assumption this is the werewolves and not the whites, but Gladestalkers are very flimsy once they start getting punched, so he only needs to crush one. This was the werewolves. So if he picks up a Gladestalker regiment, I don't think he kills it, or I don't think he's back in the game, but it does at least force Jason to continue to deal with the oncoming werewolves. So yeah, he's going to pivot here, put everything in the front. Doesn't want to risk getting flanked. Now, here's the thing. The Silver Breeze might even be able to get a flank there. But the ultimate truth is, I don't know that Jason cares. I think Jason just continues to... He's got a regiment of Gladestalkers. He's got his Archmage. He's got the Lone Ranger. He's got these Silver Breeze. And Jose just doesn't have enough units left on the table. He might just turn and shoot. Turn and pepper the unit and hope to kill it with shooting or waver it even. Even if it's in cover of the pond, Jason just has so much elite shooting that I think he pops it. So it looks like he did the Wraiths into the one of the Chariot and or the Drakon regiment and was unable to kill it. We're going to find out here. Or sorry, no, this is not the this is the Wraith unit. We're going to see if he picks up. I'm assuming it's on the flank of the Drakon since they're getting 20 dice here. They might be able to pick it up. Certainly they're going to get some life leech there, which is pretty critical. Keeping that unit self-sustained. Now, if Jose gets some hot dice to compensate for his poor dice earlier, pops all of these units, which he does at least pop the Drakon regiment, so that was big. He needed that. That allows him to turn around and face the Noble Chariot, so he's not getting reared by it. But if he's able to continue getting combats like that, and if he's able to pick up the Drakon Horde, if he can pick up the Drakon Horde, Jose's maneuverability and surge might allow him to bring this game a lot closer. Now, I'm mostly saying that to try and keep this one interesting. I truly think that he just doesn't have... He needs one more piece on the table. If Jose had one more functioning damage piece on the table, if he had the other Horde of Whites still, then I think Jason's in a much worse spot. Holy crap, that was a good to hit to wound roll. I saw at least 9 there. So 9 on the Drakons, plus Brutal, plus whatever they might have had from Drain Life, assuming Morgoth Drain Life, which I would assume he did. I assume it was a Drain Life followed by a Bane Chant. 5, I think they're determining whether or not that's a waiver and whether or not he wants to kill. A waiver wouldn't be terrible. Yeah. Not quite sure what the goal was there, but yeah, the Drakons are definitely not dead. Should be top of 5. Looks like Jason is not going to try to shoot him off. And instead is going to just charge his chaff piece in there to buy himself some time. We're going to see the Drakon Horde back up. Now he has a lot of flexibility in how far he can back up if he wants. But he's going to back up with the Drakons. That's going to force the Whites to be hindered if they want to come back in. Now, Silver Breeze are going to come around. I suspect the Chariot's going to withdraw or just back up. Either way, it doesn't really matter, to allow the Silver Breeze to shoot and remove the zombies, because they are better at doing that than the Noble Chariots are. The Palace Guard Horde is turning to... okay, so maybe a little bit presumptuous. He better be checking to make sure he's not giving line of sight to the whites, because they are in the forest. Dragon Horde should block their line of sight, but that's something I would definitely check. Because if he does not, then that would be a problem. All right, so Noble War Chariot just screws off in a different direction. Doesn't surprise me. Wasn't wavered, so he's able to just nimble and leave. Or a nimble disengage, so he just turns 90 degrees, walks away. Other Noble War Chariot, I suspect will do the same thing. Or sorry, will not do the same thing. It's probably just going to keep fighting the Wraiths. It's a little risky to fight the Wraiths, I think, because... Oh, okay, I see. Jason's Lone Ranger has moved out, and so he's trying to see if he can pop the whites, who are already fairly damaged from fighting the Drakons. I think there might be 2 dice back there, not just 1. It's a little hard to see. Yeah, here comes the Silver Breeze to shoot the zombies, so... Yeah. I think Jason being extremely thorough at making sure that the zombies were not able to just hide in the background this game definitely was just extra good play. But it was made easier with some of the lucky waiver and the poor results from Jose. Looks like, I think that was a Snakes. And if it wasn't a Snakes, it was damn close, because it looks like the zombies did not die. And they have 3 dice on them, which means they have a minimum of 13 wounds. So yeah, that would have had to have been Snakes. So the zombie managed to survive it. It does look like he was able to pick up the whites, though. So that's unfortunate. Again, Jose, at this point, is playing to try and just minimize the loss by removing unit strength. If he can remove enough unit strength from the table, he might be able to minimize the loss. I do think, I just realized, actually, in hindsight, this is why he didn't shoot. This is Jose's Wolf is in the center of the table fighting the other Gladestalker unit. So with that being the case, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, he picked up the... God, that's awful. He picked up the other Wraith unit. If Jose with Morgoth can drain life the Drakon Horde to death, if the werewolves survive and pick up the troop, and if the Lycanis or the Lone Wolf can pick up the regiment of Gladestalkers, that limits Jason to only having 4 scoring units. No, 5 scoring units. So that already can limit his loss a little bit. If he can then potentially get Morgoth to pick off another piece that's already pretty damaged, he might be able to get an extra bit there. I don't think he has enough scoring units himself to actually go contest things. But that's basically what this is coming down to. It's if Jose will probably lose the game, it's a matter of can Jose make it a minor loss by removing enough of Jason's unit strength so that Jason can't claim all 6 sections. And I think he can. I think that that's possible from this point. flopping back over to table 1, where we are now on the bottom of 3. So yeah, other games, top of 5. We're on the bottom of 3 over here. So looks like the lone wolf character from Jesse was able to get in there, and I don't think it killed the character. Take a look at their. Oh no, I take it back. It was. The lone wolf was able to pick up at least 1 unit. Specifically, one of the ogre warlocks. Whether or not it was a sergeant or a warlock, I'm unsure from this angle. But he was able to pick that up. The other unit is not currently on the table. It's a unit of siege breakers. It looks like he just moved it forward. It's not actually dead. But he's basically. There's a little bit of Cloak of Death that's proliferated over on Dustin's side. It looks like the Cronius charged one of the hordes of siege breakers to put some Cloak of Death in, and to also get started on damaging the siege breakers. It's worth noting that I believe Dustin's list has a significant number of drain life. Yeah. All the warlocks, 2 of the warlocks have drain life, and Nam has healing. So the plink damage should be picked up pretty consistently. It's just a matter of if he can heal everything. So the cloak can potentially get some wounds to stick. But the Cronius does fall here. It was a pretty beat up Cronius from last turn, so no surprise there, I think. But it got in, did some last damage, blocked up the ogre movement a little bit. So now the question is, again, Jesse's game plan here, I think, was never to beat Dustin in a straight up fight. The plan here was to slowly lose units to Dustin, and in the meantime, that allows Jesse to win or minimize his loss by just not having Dustin not having the time to get to the other part of the field. So it looks like Dustin did go ahead and switch over the turn. So he's going to go ahead. This is now top of 3 or top of 4. So it looks like he's debating whether or not he wants to charge in a Cronius. Now I'm wondering if that base. Oh, that base wasn't there. So a horde of siege breakers must have died at some point, and I missed it, or that's the Well of Souls, and he's charging over the siege breakers. This is the only other possibility. All right, quick confirmation from Jesse. So both his Croniuses have been killed. I missed when the other one dropped, but probably from shooting, combined shooting. So the unit up here is the Well of Souls at this point. Looking like trying to just shove it up there to force, if he kills that unit and is able to turn around, it forces Dustin to address it, and it slows Dustin's movement down again even further because it's a flying unit on his flank. He is going to go ahead and charge the Tortured Souls into the Giant, and potentially looks like he's countercharging with his Lone Wolf, as well as also charging his second unit of Tortured Souls into the Giant. So it looks like he really wants to pick up this Giant. That'll allow these Tortured Souls to turn again on the flank and potentially force Dustin to... It's not that he will beat Dustin in the fight. Dustin will inevitably overcome these units. There just aren't enough of them, frankly. That was a little bit dicey. Probably should have shown that movement, but I do think he could have made the connection. But gets the Molochs in there. So Siegebreaker's another Tortured Soul regiment in against there. Again, the goal here is just to slow down, pick up as much as he can. Just deny that side of the table as he can. Slow it down. Again, no matter what, you have this unit over here scoring this side, which is already denying Dustin 1 bonus point because it's the quarter on his side of the table. And it's guaranteeing that Jesse will get a minimum of 4 points out of the possible 20. And that difference, again, negates it, makes sure that it won't be a 20-0. And ideally, he'll have more than that, so Jesse's goal is, if he loses, to make it a small loss. And I think this is the right way to do it, given that the list matchup is pretty strong in Dustin's favor. So looking at table 2, just because these guys are wrapping up quickly, I don't want to miss some of the last things. All right, so which we did. So unfortunately, it looks like the werewolves were killed. They did not pick up the chess piece that was in front of them, unfortunately. However, the wolf did kill the other unit of Blade Stalkers. It looks like the Lycanus decided to just run off in the upper left-hand corner, and from there, he will, at the very least, contest that section. I think that's a smart play there. And then it comes down to whether or not the Lone Wolf here can survive a charge from these Palace Guard. I suspect the answer is going to be no. I think those were wounds. So yeah, it's going to be an absolute ton of damage there. Saw one, but yeah, the Lone Wolf will go ahead and perish. So that leaves, I'm pretty sure, only the Lycanus is a scoring unit for Jose. However, he does still have Morgoth and a Necromancer. Now, the Necromancer doesn't have any real damage potential, but Morgoth absolutely does. I see. So unfortunately, it looks like Morgoth is the one that is currently fighting the Chariot, because those were the regen rolls for Morgoth, being a Archlich. So is punching off against a Noble War Chariot with his singular attack on a 5. So yeah, you can see them doing a little dance trying to see if he hits and wins it. But yeah, looking at the total number of units, I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 scoring units for Jason. The big thing here would be if he was able to pick off that War Chariot, it would mean that Jason would be limited to scoring only 5 zones, potentially having to contest one of them, so potentially only 4 zones. So Jose definitely doing the right things by making sure he's doing all that he can to minimize the loss. But I believe this would put us, as soon as Jose clocks here, at top of 6. And he'll have, 1, maybe 2 more turns to pop the War Chariot. But yeah, we'll have to see how he plays it out. I think actually that might have just been a roll for turn 7 based on it. So I think they're checking on turn 7. I could be wrong on that, but we'll get confirmation here in a second. I imagine they're going to start. Oh no, yeah, this is. Yeah. So they're playing fast. But flipping back over to table 1, we see that Jesse has popped the Giant. So, which is pretty significant there. Gives him some options for how he wants to push this flank of Dustin, which again, the most he can do here, he has some options. He can sidestep, he could forward. Looks like he's going to do a double pivot. Now this I actually like because I think that puts him out of arc of one of the Siegebreaker hordes. The movement of this next turn is going to be super tight. It's good. Again, we had an hour call left in the round. I feel like 30 minutes ago. So these last turns are going to be super technical, but also still require a lot of clock time. So they're going to be pushing their limits. Gonna try to sneak some more food here. Oh. Shift over. Okay. So yeah, we're gonna see if these Siegebreakers. I see 3 dice on there. Does pick it up. I don't know if he had to use a tournament reroll there. But able to pick up the Siegebreakers, pretty critical there in order to try to keep the momentum he's gained from this attack moving forward. Again, the scary part here is that the shooting battery, as far as I can tell, is still mostly intact. So I suspect we will see a lot of shots pour out, and there's still 2 Siegebreaker hordes, both of which may be able to maneuver in between. We are going to see bottom of 4 here. Dustin's going to immediately start looking for charges because he needs to. So bottom of 4, he's already planned out what he thinks he's going to want to do this turn. So he sees an entrance for the Siegebreakers to potentially make it to, but he's got to see if he can snake through the center there with a single pivot. So this unit goes ahead and moves into the first unit. Siegebreakers being 120 millimeters wide, should be flush with the Tortured Souls also being 120 millimeters wide. So that doesn't change the gap that he's looking to try to snake these Siegebreakers in the back through, but it does mean that he's going to have to maneuver all of his characters out of the way. And that's the real challenge here, is if he wants to have his characters shoot, then he's not going to be able to let the second unit of Siegebreakers through. So I think he might just have to sacrifice that and lose a turn of shooting, which is really good for Jesse if that's the case. And the Siegebreakers might pick up the Molochs doing that. It'll be pretty close. I suspect without assistance, the Molochs potentially survive that and, in fact, will be able to counterpunch and maybe even get a flank. So that's definitely risky, I think, on Dustin's part. To sacrifice the shield. I would almost rather just keep shooting here, potentially concentrate on the Well of Souls, or even maybe picking up the Tortured Soul regiments that are on the top of the board. So I'm going to use my pointer, I realize. So yeah, I would potentially try to pick up these Tortured Soul regiments up here with shooting. I don't think you kill these Molochs in one go, or at the very least, it's very risky. Maybe with Banechant from Namagarok. That's the only thing I can think of, which is almost a wasted Banechant, but the reason you would do that is to get... close both of these and get Jesse's list out here. Or sorry, not Jesse, Justin's list. So... well, actually, I guess he wouldn't technically Banechant. He would heal because they're already crushed too. So he would cast heal with Namagarok onto the Siegebreakers to effectively give them vicious. and then potentially with Vicious, that might be just enough to tilt it to where they could one-shot the Molochs. So Brutal's going to bring him to a 17, and 18 attacks is theoretically 10 wounds. So it's a 7. It's a 7, presumably twice, assuming there's Inspiring in the middle of all that, which I think the Well of Souls is. So yeah, that's going to be... I'm curious whether or not he's trying to do it or whether or not he's just sizing up if it's an option, and then he's going to try to move all his other characters around to see what they can do instead. It looks like he's shifting the Boomer Chariots down. He realizes he just needs to park something there to claim that section. I think he's trying to see if he can get within 12 inches, but realistically, I think he's going to have to play a ring around of Rosie with the Abyssal Ghouls, at least for this turn. But he's really got to see if he can move. Yeah, but still has to get these characters out of the way if he's going to charge the Molochs. If he's not going to charge the Molochs, then I think he's fine. Yeah, the big risk there is if he does not pop the Molochs. If he wavers them, that would be good because then the Molochs can't get the free flank charge. If he doesn't waver them, then I'd argue he's in huge trouble as the Molochs will then not countercharge. They'll instead take the free flank charge against the Siege Breakers. And Siege Breakers at defense 5 at that point, being hit by Molochs. A doubled up unit of Molochs will be, 36 attacks on 3s and 3s. And I think the Siege Breakers just melt. Especially when assisted by Tortured Souls in the flank. He has a couple of options there because Jesse still has the flying units available. So, table 2 has ended. Jason presumably has won. The question is just by how much. Looking at other tables, it looks like Adam Ballard's game is done. I do not know the results of that one just yet. Looks like Tom Robinson's game is done. I do not know the results from that one just yet. As the games wrap up, I'll try to see if I can get some results piled in. I do see Jeff Radigan playing against Aaron Chapman, and I'll note that I see an extremely large number of skiffs still on the table. So I suspect that we're going to see a pretty dominating win from Jeff in that game. And then Rick Hoy versus Lex is just out of my line of sight to see. So the Molochs have Fury, yes. So if he doesn't kill them, if he wavers them, they'll countercharge the front. If he doesn't waver them, then they can just normal charge the flank. That's the trick. So if they waver them, at least I think the Siege Breakers will be okay. Or at the very least, they'll force the Tortured Souls to engage as well. But if they don't waver them, then the Molochs may be able to kill the Siege Breakers on their own because they'll get a flank charge effectively. Now Dustin may be looking to close that off with the other Siege Breaker horde. So he'll use the Siege Breakers to kill the Tortured Souls and then run forward, and then that'll stop the angle. But I think that Jesse has set it up in such a way that the angles basically mean that the Siege Breakers will overrun and hit. I need to use my pointer for this, and I need to make it really small, and I wish that I could zoom in on the table for you guys to understand all the things I'm trying to say here. So, this Siege Breaker unit will fight these Tortured Souls. It will kill them. It will overrun. Because the Tortured Souls are angled in such a perfect way, the Siege Breakers will hit the other Siege Breaker unit right here, just in the middle of their side flank when they overrun. This means there will still be a gap between the side of this Siege Breaker unit and the second Siege Breaker unit that has overrun. And if this Moloch horde, which is absolutely past the flank side of this Siege Breaker horde, is not wavered, it will be able to perform a flank charge on this top Siege Breaker horde. So that is a lot of explaining, but frankly, Jesse has masterfully set that up to make sure that the Molochs have the most options as possible when this is all said and done. So Dustin's going to try and restrict what the Tortured Souls can do, at least, by starting to open up with his shooting barrage. Their life leech is definitely helping, keeping them survivable through the plank shooting. But it looks like he's focus firing one of them. quite a lot. I don't know if he's focus firing the Wolf or if he's focus firing the Tortured Souls, but he has been putting out some firepower over there. So, okay. So I see Aaron Chapman walking up with the result slip from there. I'm going to try to send a gopher here in a minute to see if we can get some of the results of the other games so we can have a little bit of an idea of who our top contenders are moving into round 5. All right. So I'm going to do an edit here, or at least see if I can edit this. Go straight to edit. Edit. Okay, good. At least it opens with paint by default. So, I'm going to do this as best I can. Zoom in here. I can. All right. So, um, yeah, I think they're done. So currently we have 18. So this is going to be a okay. So it's going to be. I feel like we're still looking at the usual suspects at the top, but can I get a smaller size brush? Need something really small here. All right, so the heck is this? Just give me a pencil. There we go. And then make it even smaller. Jason Burr is moving up with. Oh God. All right, give me better options here. Is there a pen? I just want to have. Jason is at 64. Zay is at 2. Adam is at 55. We're going to actually see a lot of a repeat of the last round, I think, because there were some very small wins and then a couple big ones. So third and fourth might still have a lot of competition. Um, first, I think, is going to be pretty definitively between a select number of players. Radigan got 55, so jumped up into this bracket. Chapman, 46, is probably out of the running. Dan Kamek, Tom Robinson got 16 points, I believe. So Tom Robin jumped to 57. Whereas Dan is at a 45, I believe. And then I don't have the results for Travis Cook. Travis Cook, who was, no, that was not Dan. Who was Travis playing? I don't even know. Oh, that was the beginning of the next table. Whoops. Mistakes were made. Lex, Dustin, Jesse. I think I had a call for 15 minutes left of the round, and for the record, it is top of 5 on this game, so they are pushing it. So the Molochs look like they were wounded but not killed by the Siegebreaker Horde. That allowed the Tortured Souls to come in aggressively, flanking between the Molochs and the 2 Tortured Soul regiments. They probably pick up that unit. The Well of Souls going back into a warrior regiment looks to be trying to get some of that big life leech and mostly just be there, I think, at this point. The other Moloch horde going into another horde of Ogre Siegebreakers. Based just on what units are left on the table, I think the trick here is going to be whether or not, I think it's going to be really close to a draw, and again, maybe a slight edge to Justin, but that depends a lot on if he can get, again, pieces of his army into Jesse's sections of the table. If not, Jesse will have a very commanding lead going into the next round. But as it looks, still don't have results for Lex Simon and Rick Hoy, but we're going to get this file updated here. So you should see that immediately reflected in what I have show. So hopefully those numbers are legible. I'm having to hand draw them up there, but currently Jason Burr with his elves with 64 points after that round. Devlin Smith with 58 points after that round, and a 10-10 draw with Adam Ballard. Adam Ballard with 55 points, Jeff Radigan with 55 points, Tom Robinson with 57 points, sneaking back up there. Which again, I think though, with Dustin and Jesse both starting this round with 50 points, meaning that even if they drew, they would still both have at least 60 points. Meaning that there's still the biggest contestants are probably Jason, Dustin, Jesse, respectively. In terms of winning the event overall, winning battle at least, but still a good chance to place for overall. We do not, I think, do overlapping trophies. So if you win overall, for example, you can't also win battle. So we might see some interesting shakeups toward the end because of that. We'll discuss the points as they roll in. That'll mostly be a next round thing, but this is just to kind of keep people updated on where some of the other top players are. I highly doubt we'll see any big jumps. There are players below this, and maybe with some big 20-0 victories, they skyrocket up into the top bracket. But they would have to get a 20-0 to even get to the 60 points that some of these players are starting with effectively if they're below this list. All right, so following that turn, looks like Jesse was able to pick up both Siegebreaker hordes. So there's a chance now that if Dustin can't pick up these Moloch hordes, that he might not be able to even take those sections of the board, and Jesse may have just snuck in a win despite everything. So because now his options to pick up these units are basically the Warlocks and maybe a troop. There's a single regiment of Ogre Warriors on the left-hand side. So I think he sees, yeah, the Boomer Chariots go here, and they hope to shoot off the regiment there. Yeah, he's got to figure out how to pick up some of these hordes, man. Or at this point, I don't even know if he cares about picking up the hordes. I would just try to run away with the scoring units and kill anything that's unit strength 1 and then contest the zones. But it seems like the siege breakers, the shooting was so concentrated on the Croniuses that it allowed the Molochs to effectively get into combat almost undamaged, and then whether or not it was poor rolling on Dustin's part or a combination of just rolls plus healing from the Well of Souls plus other things, the Molochs look to be pretty fresh, all things considered. I'm only seeing the 3 wounds, maybe more. I would hope that they had more wounds. Maybe it was because the siege breakers were hindered, and if they were, I missed that. But yeah, now we're seeing the individuals scatter. Well, I say individuals, the ogre individual characters scatter. But now we're seeing them just kind of all pile through. I don't think they're intending to charge. Is he intending to charge? I don't even know what he's trying to do. I would assume he's going to drain life here. There's some interesting tricks you could do there with movement where you could put a character in between the Ogre Warriors and the other character just barely before a multi-charge. And that can create some interesting positioning for a charge. But yeah, so here's the thing. I wasn't expecting Jesse to win this game, frankly, just because I expected Dustin to shoot him enough to remove his pieces from the board. But now that he's in a winning position, that does change up the bracket pretty hard. That would make it almost certain to be Jason Burr versus Jesse, so it'd be Elves versus Abyssals in the follow-up match. And then that almost certainly would make it Dustin Howard versus, depending on how bad he loses, either Tom Robinson or Devlin Smith. If he takes a big loss here, then it could even be Tom Robinson versus Devlin Smith on table 2. If it was a big enough loss, because they could potentially overtake Dustin, which would give Tom at least a chance of slingshotting his way up to like 2nd or 3rd. I think Devlin here is hoping that, I mean, Devlin's in a position where I don't think he wants to play either Tom or Dustin, but he is definitely blown way too close to the sun at this point, and I don't think there's any more he can do. But he did play Adam Ballard to a draw, so having just said all that, there's, I'm not going to rule out the possibility that he, earns himself a 3rd or 2nd place finish here. All right, so it looks like Dustin throwing some dice. This should also be bottom of 5, just for clarity. They have 15 minutes left in the round timer. They're one of the only tables left playing. Like I said, this game was going to use up literally every second of its clock. All right, sorry about that. I'm going to flip us over. Well, actually, we'll hold up. Yeah. Some sugar. All right. Hey. Cool. All right, so it looks like one of the Moloch boards was picked up by the collective shooting and/or the Warriors. The other Moloch board is going to have options to charge, and Jesse, yeah, looks like he was able to prevent the charge there. Dustin has popped the clock. What do you think all this is? No. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was gonna say, enjoy it. Oh, okay. All right, so with 10 minutes left on the clock total between the two players, and top of 6, they're debating what options they have. They're triple checking the scenario, triple checking. Oh no, I think Jesse won. Or Tom Robinson. So yeah, looking at the match here, Dustin was able to pick up the not Tortured Souls, the Abyssal Ghouls in the bottom, which meant that Dustin at least probably has the 2 table quarters, and then potentially the bottom center. So this might have been a draw, and due to how the bonus points work, it may have also just barely been a draw. So if it's a draw, though, that still, again, puts a pretty significant advantage over to Jesse. That does mean Jesse will have 67 points going up against Jason Burr, so it's not a massive advantage. That's pretty important when we start getting these last games. If you have a huge advantage of points, that can dictate how you want to play the last game. So that's when we start seeing those things where, you know, a player who maybe had 4 big wins versus, you know, or sorry, three big wins and 1 small loss versus. Well, Jason could definitely just beat Jesse and take it all, but that's not even. Jason would need to beat Jesse regardless. It's the question of how much is the big thing, and both of them have. There's enough players that are close that, depending on how big the loss or win is. So, like, if they both draw, they have a good chance to be first and second. If they lose, if one of them loses and the other wins, whoever wins will almost certainly be first in battle, and then that gives a chance for someone else to sneak in second, basically. It's usually how this works out. But we have some options. So we'll get those scores here when we can. Lex and Rick are still playing on their table, so there's also some options. Yeah, but I don't think Devlin is 20-0ing Dustin Howard or Tom Robinson, frankly. You know, not saying it's impossible, but we'll see. I don't know that we have lunch. I'm gonna check our schedule. We do not. We have lunch after Game 5, before awards, basically. So we'll have a little bit of a gap between finishing Game 5 and going to the awards ceremony. So we're going to flip over to the interim camera so I can eat while we get those matchups out, but we'll be back very shortly with Game 5. Oh, hi, Travis. Not March. What's up? Sorry. You're pretty clear. Yeah, if anything, the question is whether or not I have you turned too low or whether or not I just have my audio too low, but we'll see. My other thing is if you're able to watch the Discord stream and actually see it. Okay. I mean, worst case scenario, yeah, as I say, just hold off until then. Yeah. Right. Oh. Yeah. I gotta message Russ after this and just be like, fucking did it apparently, so. He did. Yeah, he did it. I'm very, very glad that when he asked sword or gun, that I specified sword just in case. Well, you know, I thought that maybe he was either joking around or like that he was gonna dig through. Like, Russ strikes me as one of those people who has like an attic of like collected memorabilia from the last like 100 years of existence. And so like, yeah, exactly. So I'm like, yeah, you know, there's a good chance that maybe he does have something like that just stashed away in his attic, or maybe he had like just a normal sword and was gonna like make a homemade cane, because like when, you know, you just have a point where you got all the time in the world to do that stuff. And so I've been like, oh, okay, but yep, no, you know, I've learned my lesson. If Russ suggests that he's going to do something, take it at face value that he, in fact, is going to do it. Yeah. No, it's looking like Jesse, Garrett, and Jason are on table 1. So, and then table 2 is going to be Devlin and Dustin. And then after that, it's Tom Robinson and Lex, I'm pretty sure. Adam almost certainly gets Jeff Radigan. There's a chance that someone that's lower on the tables that I just don't have the scores for, maybe they got like a big 20-0 win, and that throws some stuff in, you know, throws a wrench in those tables, but they would have to have gotten like a 20-0 win to jump up to like 50 or 60 points, basically. Yeah. Has to be 20-0 or it ain't doing anything at this point. But I mean, I do think there were some 40s. So there is, not saying there's not a chance. Actually curious here. Yeah. Travis Cook and Ryan Smith both had 39, so yeah, there's everyone else is looking at like the next. It jumps very rapidly down. So you're looking at like Garrett Mercier with 36. If he got a giant win, could like sneak up there. He beat Radigan. I don't know how bad that win was. I think it was a full 20. It might have been. Apparently, Radigan tabled his next 2 players, which makes sense because the lower end of the tables here are rough. Nothing like losing your first Kings of War game and then have to play Radigan in round 2. Yeah. So. Yeah, there were a lot of middle of the pack games for sure. But I definitely think the field has gotten back to where I usually expect it to be, which is, you know, the really good players are at the top, the middle table players are in the middle, and all the new players are chilling at the kiddie pool. So. Oh, yeah, I'm definitely losing you. Sorry. Yeah, I'm losing you a little bit. Maybe this won't work. Yeah, it's okay. So. Nothing else. I'm glad to hear you checking in. So, I definitely. Yeah.
20 degrees out almost the whole day.
Yeah, it was cold yesterday. Like, holy shit.
You guys.
Yeah, no, it was like 90 in the morning and then like 50 in the evening or something insane. Like, I don't know what the hell happened. But that rain brought in a cold front.
I think we broke 30, 35 on the clock yesterday.
Yeah.
It was gross. Not good.
All right. I'm getting background audio from your car, so I might boot you. All right. Take it easy, Travis. There we go. Shift into the waiting room. That's how that working out. So no one wondering what's going on there. I don't want to mute myself in the Discord. Hold on. All right, so I need to save this. Final standings. Final round standings. So we did get some changes. Yeah, it's awful. Let's try that again. Still only going to focus on the top 6 tables at this point, as I don't think anyone else is close enough. Top 6 is really already pushing it. Let's see. All right, and then I'm gonna do some edit work here while we're getting kind of early setup, but also the scenario, which we can get that out and started here. Oh shoot. Everything's exploding. A panic. Nobody panic. Bring that there. There. Blocking the table cam. Edit this. All right. Don't have any what? Sorry? I was gonna get it. And minimize that. We'll adjust these scores as they come in. Oh, what the heck? Okay, well, edit and then minimize. There we go. Kyle, why are you sending me game results? All right. Let's start getting into this. I'm going to do a little bit more organization with my setup here before we get fully into this. Trying to give as much information as possible. So we have scores at the top of the round. This scenario is scenario 1 from the packet. I do not know what it is yet. Is this scenario A? Oh, no. Well, and this might be the FU to Jason. Modified invade. Alrighty. So, alrighty, we are back on tables 1 and 2. We have Jason Burr versus Jesse Garrett with Elves and Abyss, and table 2, Devlin Smith versus Dustin Howard with Empire Dust and Ogres, respectively. Trailing them on table 3, we have Lex Simon and Tom Robinson. There's a significant dip in points, I should say, between table 1 and the following tables. But there is not as big of a difference between table 2 and at least the next couple groups. So table 3 and 4, respectively. So we have Tom Robinson and Lex Simon following up on table 3. On table 4, we have Adam Ballard and Garrett Mercer, snuck in last round with a 20 to jump all the way up into table 4. Then Jeff Radigan and Travis Cook on table 5. And Hank Gouge and Jordan Lawrence on table 6, respectively. I'm not going any further down the list than that, because then we start seeing a huge gap in the disparity of points between first and whatever place they're currently in. Because at that point, Jordan Lawrence is the smallest scorer on this list and has a difference of 15 points behind the leader. So even with a 20 and the leader losing, it would be very unlikely to see positional jumps that are that massive. So not going to go too much into detail on that. I am going to adjust this so that this is easier to see on this page, though, for everyone. As I get results, I will update this much as I did the previous one, where I was just trying to scribble in final results if at all possible. I might do some stuff with it to make it a little bit more clear. But as we get those results, we'll pile them in. So the scenario is invade, however, it is a slightly modified invade. And I will read off their lists again here momentarily. All right. I need to get this. Yeah, biting the blizzard. Damn. All right. Cool. I believe we are good to go and as set up as I'm going to get. Just happened to my chat here. Uh-oh. Are we not live? Should be live. What happened to chat? Are we still live? That would be really unfortunate if we were not still live. Okay. What is going on with chat? That would be really unfortunate if we were not still live. Okay. What is going on with chat? Hopefully things don't explode for people. Sorting out something. There we go. Okay. I don't know what happened to my analytics there, but it decided that I was not allowed to view chat from the back end of stuff, and I could only view it from the front end, which didn't make any sense. So seems to be working now. We're back up to where we should be. All right. I'm going to take 2 seconds to orient myself a little bit. Get. Rocket. All right. Okay. So, let's see who's further along here. Dustin and Devlin are by some miracle. So, for those of you who missed the matchups previously, we're going to list off lists as well. At this point, we have 3 players who have all been on. I think all 4 of these lists have been read off at some point. Because yeah, we had Devlin versus Billy earlier yesterday, and obviously we had Jason, Jesse, and Dustin all playing last round. So some of these are going to be repeats if you saw this earlier. But we're still going to read it off and also try to pinpoint units so that people can get an idea of what units are what. I don't know who bumped my cameras on table 2, but we're just going to work with it at this point. It's too late to fix them. So for Dustin Howard, he's running Ogres. He has 3 regiments of Warriors, 1, 2, 3. He has a Giant with Giant Slayer, Club, Sword thing. He has 3 Hordes of Siegebreakers, 1, 2, 3. One of them has the Jesse's Boots. He has 3 Ogre Warlocks. One of them has only Lightning Bolt and has the extra Lightning Bolt magic item to make it Lightning Bolt 7. 2 of them have Drain Life and Lightning Bolt, respectively. And then he also has Namagarok for a 4th Warlock, as well as 2 Ogre Sergeants with crossbows. He also has the Boomer Chariot Troop with the Stealthy Aura, and has taken the Horn to give it range 9, respectively. So very compact, very tight list, mostly large infantry or large infantry character focused, as most ogre lists do. It's going to deploy very tightly in a big little pile, and then it's going to push forward Devlin's list, which is not fully deployed yet. We'll go over once we're further in deployment. But we'll try to get as much as we can right now, and we'll have to flip over to table 1 to go through their lists. But he has a regiment of skeletal spearmen, I believe. I should actually pull up his list before I start guessing from memory. Orb of Towering Presence, skeletal spearmen. I actually really like that positioning because that means he can get 4 unit strength to hide behind this impassable piece of terrain, and the only way Dustin can deal with it would be to deploy something that he doesn't want to deploy all the way on this side of the table. He has 2 regiments of scavengers. He has the monolith. I don't necessarily know that I want the monolith deployed behind impassable terrain, because the monolith is still a scoring unit with a unit strength of 2 now, so giving it some flexibility in where it wants to move to, I think, would be really good. Though he can go either direction, so he gives himself some options there. He has. I feel like this is a case where deployment experience might suggest that Devlin, if he wants to fight Dustin head on, would want to deploy over here. Because Dustin is never going to deploy over here with this building. He's going to deploy either in the corner, because the second he comes past this building, he opens himself up to being flanked from multiple directions. So Dustin's going to anchor himself to the side of the table and walk up this side of the board, basically. Whereas I think Devlin might just try to out unit strength Dustin. In terms of total unit strength, Empire of Dust has 25. Dustin Howard has 24. So with some small, precise removal of units, Devlin may be able to effectively stay ahead in unit strength. But I think Dustin has the superior ranged firepower, so he wants to be a little cautious in how he approaches that. Devlin has a horde of enslaved, 2 hordes of enslaved guardians, one of which is here, one of which is here. 2 regiments of Revcav, here and here respectively. Bone Giant, a Casket of Souls. At least I'm pretty sure he took the sorry, not the Casket of Souls, the Soul Snare. Then he has the Idol of Shobik, which I don't believe is deployed yet, but I suspect might be deployed there. He's leaving a Pathis or Pappy out until the very last minute to deploy him, but that will be his list. So fairly more compact EOD, focusing on Revcav and Slave Guardians, and then a whole bunch of support for them. And then respectively, so those are the lists read off. I'm not going to go too crazy with it. By the time we get back here, I suspect it will be to turn top of 1, but we're just going to preemptively hit that. We're going to flip over to table 1. On table 1, we have Jesse Garrett versus Jason Burr. So they are still in deployment themselves. It's looking like we're going to have a face-off over here. Good for Jesse is that there's a forest here providing cover. There's quite a substantial amount of shooting from Jason, obviously, as we saw in our previous game. So we want to keep an eye out for that. But looking here at the units here, so from the previous game, still going to read off their list, though, for good measure. We have the 2 regiments of Abyssal Ghouls, which have not been deployed yet. We have 4 regiments of Tortured Souls. We have 2 hordes of Molochs, one with Sir Jesse's Boots of Striding, which I imagine is this one near the forest. We have Bazuzu the Betrayer, we have the Lone Wolf special character, we have the Abyssal Warlock, and we have the Well of Souls, which may actually already be deployed. Little hard to say. I think Well of Souls has still not been deployed, and then these are both of his Croniuses, respectively. So, and two Croniuses, no upgrade to drain life on them. So on the flip side, we have Jason's Elves, we have a horde of Dracons, we have a horde of Palace Guard with 2-handed weapons and the Staying Stone. We have a troop of Forest Guard, just as a nice little chaff piece. We have a Noble War Chariot We have a regiment of Dracons from the formation. There will be a second regiment of Dracons from the formation. We have a regiment of Silver Breeze Cab. We will have a second regiment of Silver Breeze Cab, presumably. We have 2 regiments of Bladestalkers, Kindred Bladestalkers, as well as an Elf Archmage with Banechant and Lightning Bolt, and an Inspiring Talisman, provide mostly Inspiring. And then we have the Lord on Drakon with the Trickster's Wand. So, very compact list, running the bare minimum in Inspiring, I think, that you could hope to get by with. A lot of shooting, a lot of bow shots. Going to be up to Jesse, I think, to cross the table and initiate. I imagine using the individuals. This will be the first time in a minute that we see a lot of fast individuals utilized to potentially shut down shooting units with Pazuzu and the Lonewolf, respectively. Jason has the Lone Ranger. I'm not sure where it is, but I guarantee you he has the Lone Ranger to capitalize on shooting output. Scenario-wise, the scenario is definitely in favor of Jesse, I believe, though arguably for his flying it may be problematic, but it's going to be problematic for both players, which is scenario biting the Blizzard. At the top of each turn, both players elect how many dice they will roll to determine the visibility conditions. Each player has a choice to throw a variable number, 2, 3, or 4 d6. They will roll their selected number of dice and add their value to the pool, so you can choose to roll them. There is a minimum of 4 dice that will be rolled and a maximum of 8 dice that will be rolled. Units cannot see any further than this combined number of inches for that turn for the purposes of line of sight, including charging, shooting, and magic, even if their normal range would allow them to do so. So, for example, let's say you roll 6 dice into the pool and you got a total of 21. That would mean that everything is effectively able to see pretty much as normal. You rolled 4 dice and got a 14 collectively. That would mean that speed 10 units could still only charge as though they were speed 7, which is a pretty significant downside if you're looking to play ranged, which is definitely going to impact, I think, our elf player more in this scenario. So I suspect that what we will see is Jesse might pick the minimum number of dice to contribute to that pool every turn, and Jason will probably pick the maximum amount of 4 every turn. So on average, they should roll a 21 theoretically, which should mean that we don't actually see any difference in play, but we do want to, see how that impacts the game. There are no additional rules that are affecting it. I think last year there was one turn where it was exceptionally bad. But in addition to that, it is just invade as normal. You get scoring points for having unit strength on the other side of the board, 1 point per unit strength. In addition, at the end of the game, you get an additional 3 points for having 1 via kill, effectively. An additional 2 points for having more inspiring units alive, which is going to be risky for both players, slightly more so to Jason, I think. As I think they are running extremely lean on inspiring, which is normal for this level of play. It's just that it's going to be risky, so they want to make sure that they have Jesse's starting with a +2 there, I believe, having, I think, 3 total inspiring units versus Jason's only 2. Not counting the characters which are self-inspiring, which would add to it, but they both have those. So, I believe Jason only has the 2 inspiring units. Oh no, I take that back. It's actually flipped the other direction. It would be 4 to Jason. I forgot that the Noble War Chariot's inspired. Versus Jesse, who has the Abyssal Warlock, Zuzu, and the Well of Souls. Yes, so... oh, and the Seductress. Oh, I forgot he had the Seductress on top of that. Jeez, he does have a lot of individuals to go poke shooting. So Jesse does have a lot of things that can try to shut down the shooting. which I think is absolutely critical for him. Um, but yeah, they both have an equal amount of inspiring, so I take back what I said. That'll just be a bonus objective to see how it plays out. Before we get properly into this round, I myself am going to take a restroom break. They have finished their deployment and are about to roll for turn 1. Top 1, presumably after Jason decides whether or not he wants to scout. I'm going to flip us over to table 2, where they are starting their initial movement. Looks like Dustin got first to play, and I'll make some commentary when I get back as to the state of the All right. After that, so we're at bottom of 1 for this table real quick, and then we'll flip over to the other one. I did stop on my way back to get confirmation about which characters are which to make sure I try to give as much accurate commentary as I can on these games. So on bottom of 1 on the Dustin Howard versus Devlin Smith game, worth noting that he has one Ogre Sergeant kind of chilling here with the pack of various Ogre Warlocks and Nom, and a second Ogre Sergeant is over here. Dustin's Lone Ranger is chilling in the middle of the line. So looks like he opened up but was unable to kill anything with his initial barrage, as far as I can tell. So if I missed that, I apologize. In the meantime, as predicted, Devlin's making a beeline over here with just a guaranteed 4 unit strength, which, considering that's 25% of the unit strength in his list almost, I think is a great idea. It's just a very minimal sacrifice to guarantee 4 unit strength. So it's possible that maybe the range in the first turn, when they calculated the distance that you could see, was limiting Dustin's ability to shoot, so maybe that's why there's not a lot of flank damage, but just taking some educated guesses here. But needless to say, Devlin's shooting is very limited to where it's mostly going to be the Soul Snare, or sorry, yeah, Soul Snare, just taking flank shots and getting some more damage on. So we're already, it looks like, back over to top of 2 here very momentarily. Yeah, this is definitely top of 2, as Dustin's already calling for arc checks. So top of 2. So shifting back over to table 1, where we are definitely, I believe, on bottom of 1. So we're on bottom of 1, as it looks like Jason is starting his moves. Alrighty, so from what I saw, it's also worth noting just where some characters are. The very difficult to see from this angle, but the Seductress with the Gnome Glass Shield is hiding just at the edge of this forest, so Jesse's definitely taking advantage of this forest, moving into it on turn 1 to provide both cover and get positioning. He can fly out of it with impunity. It's going to make this Seductress almost impossible to shoot to death should Jason want to, and that means that it will find something and it will shut down that something shooting, potentially even the flying of one of these Drakon regiments. It has a lot of options in terms of what it could do on the follow-up turn here. And it's important to realize that it is invade, and so there's a lot of things that I think, in my opinion, are in Jesse's favor moving into this game. One, it's invade, and Jesse does not have a lot of ranged shooting, versus Jason does. And while Jason does have steady aim on a lot of it, it does mean that he has to focus on just moving and shooting as opposed to going at the double to cross the table quickly. So these are all things to take into consideration when we're looking at how the game's played. I will say Jason does have a chunk of his army on the flank. We have a Drakon horde, or sorry, Drakon regiment, as well as a noble chariot and a unit of Silver Breeze. Those are all coming around the flank here. I don't think they're going to be in range, but they are more than enough, I think, to put threat onto this single Tortured Souls regiment that Jesse left over here just to cover the flank. He'll put out shooting there to make sure that it goes away, and then that will allow him to press up here, start applying threat here. But he needs to do so very swiftly, I think, as I don't think Jesse's going to give him a lot of time. I think we're going to see a lot of these Tortured Soul regiments dive in very quickly, either on the top of 2 or no later than the top of 3, potentially, so that he can close the gap and make sure that he does not give the elves time to basically whittle him down. All that said, it's going to be interesting to see what the yeah, between the advantage of the scenario for invade making it so that it's harder, like if Jesse gets in Jason's face, he will have an advantage in that Jason won't be able to move across the table unless he's able to effectively table Jesse first, which will be a challenge. And then likewise, um, uh, so the other advantage for Jesse, I think, again, is the advantage that Jason wants to shoot versus Jesse only wanting to charge. Yeah. A lot of very careful positioning to make sure that Jesse is not getting an initial charge here while he's able to start shooting. Now, me personally, I personally feel like some of these things are a little too tight. I don't like having hordes and regiments butt to butt with each other because that limits the ability for this Palace Guard horde to maneuver. So if it was able to sneak in and get a flank on something, or charge something by effectively using its width to hit from the other angle, it's unable to do so currently. So I'm just a little bit cautious about that. Looking at Jason's play here, trying not to be too critical of it, but that's my one concern. When you're trying to deal with this many pieces of what are effectively flying chaff. All right. Shifting back over to table 2. Pretty sure we're still going to see Destin moving. Yeah, Destin slowly crawling up with his advancement here. So wanting to keep the box together as he advances into Devlin having created, in my opinion, a very good crescent. Devlin has created that nice reverse crescent, making it difficult for Dustin to approach into it without potentially opening up flanks. And that's especially true when you're playing against a Surge army. Surge armies have a much easier time getting to those flanks, potentially. So slowly maneuvering his way around the side. Again, Devlin doesn't have a huge amount of shooting. So I don't feel like he has that much pressure to advance, but in this case, it's more about Dustin taking position on the far side of the table because it's invade, blocking Devlin and forcing Devlin to engage into him. He's being very respectful of Apathis, I feel, making sure that Apathis can't get any good connections. I feel a little bit risky having Apathis exposed to that much potential lightning bolt. But at some point, you just gotta risk it. So potentially might see Shobek here try some flank surge shenanigans. I wouldn't mind seeing Shobek try for a long surge into the flank of the siege breakers. I don't think Devlin had a huge amount of surge, but with 7 inches of movement and a Pappy having elite surge 8, I could potentially see a Pappy shoving Shobek a decent amount with combined with the monolith, which is going to hit anything within 24 inches. So at that point, 8 average on the surge. I would be cautious there. Now, if he is in range and he's just saying, come get me, then I'd also just be cautious of a Pappy just landing and dumping out Cloak of Death everywhere. There's a lot of options when it comes to using him aggressively to start opening up stuff for EOD. But my biggest thing here is Shobik is 1 unit strength in the grand scheme of things. And I feel like between a 7-inch move and 16 surge, 8 of which is elite, that he can absolutely find a flank to just get in and eat. And so I don't know that he kills the Siege Breakers in 1 turn, but he can do enough to really open up and threaten. And I mean, honestly, this sounds weird, but I would even consider. Well, I guess he can't throw the Scavengers in, or else he prevents the flank from being opened up. I don't know. I feel it's a little bold, just a little bold to expose a flank to Shobik so openly, and assume that everything will be okay. Because yeah, even the measurement there. I mean, Shobik is within just charge range. Shobik's within a straight up just regular 14-inch charge. So I don't even know if he needs to surge. And if he doesn't need to surge, then I mean, I would consider bringing in, assuming those are his +1 speed rev cab on the far left, which they are not. Those are his regular rev cab. I mean, 16-inch. Yeah, there we go. I'm like, you can't possibly be giving a charge to both Shobik and to the rev cab. Shobik on his own, maybe, but Shobik and the rev cab is just asking for it. All right. Table 1, while Dustin completes his angle fest, we are going to start seeing the shooting of Jason. This is the first round of shooting. First round of shooting will pick up 1 regiment of Tortured Souls. And I'm pretty sure that's it. Yeah, based on the clock smash, Jason focused hard on making sure to remove pieces that he could remove and didn't waste time on other things. He did do a little bit of damage on the Croniuses, it looks like. And he does need to start working on them long term, but top 2. We're going to see how Jesse wants to invade. Now, it's important to realize this Abyssal army has a lot of in-combat regeneration. So, Life Leech 2 on all the Tortured Souls, the Well of Souls being able to pull wounds off of everything, the Croniuses being able to pull wounds off of things, the Molochs being able to regen. There's a whole lot of ways for this Abyssal army to effectively remove damage if things don't absolutely die in 1 shot. The only downside is there's not a lot of ways to do it from a distance. So until Jesse's engaged, all his stuff is vulnerable to being removed before he has a chance to actually heal it. So he basically has to gamble how much he's willing to risk the Well of Souls, which is his only real tool for removing wounds early game, other than maybe his Warlock. I don't know that he took anything on the Warlock that could do it. He took Fireball. So he took Hex and Fireball. So yeah, he has nothing. He has no healing effectively. And he only has Zuzu's Lightning Bolt 4 in return. Also depends how much Jesse's willing to risk Bazuzu to plink out at Jason here, because he could potentially bump up to Lightning Bolt 8, but he would have to do a lot of self-damage, either to, which it looks like he is in fact just doing. It looks like he's just transferring wounds to the Abyssal Ghouls in the back, realizing that as long as they can't be shot from when they're behind the Molochs, it allows him to effectively pump out 8 Lightning Bolt a turn, which puts some threat over to Jason. But it's very difficult, I think, for Jesse to approach in here he had that initial piece of terrain to cover him, but now he's really got to risk getting in there. So here we're seeing the Lone Wolf go ahead and charge the infantry character. I do believe he's going to pop Cloak of Death. Get started. And then he's going to send the Seductress with the Known Glass Shield into the regiment of Silver Breeze. So between those two things combined, that's going to stall up the shooting from Jason. Now, there are options Jason has to effectively negate this, I think, and I'm actually a little curious about the speed on Silver Breeze. If they were speed 10 for some reason, they are. Oh, geez. You can't quite back up all the way through the Drakon regiments. Oh, man, he wants to try. A sidestep would still disengage him against the character. Frankly, he might be able to do that. Jason might be able to sidestep and pivot to put himself out of 1 inch of the Gnome Glass Shield Seductress, and therefore allow the Drakons to charge it if he absolutely wants to. Alternatively, the Drakon Regiment could just ignore it and charge any of the things that are now walking forward, of which it will have all the line of sight in the world to do so. But I do think Jesse has recognized that if he does not close the gap, it creates 2 instances here. Jesse needs to close the gap and not let Jason table him fast enough to get his unit strength across the table and have enough of his stuff survive, and force Jason to commit to killing his stuff versus crossing the table. Jason does have enough speed that I don't know that will work as a long-term game plan, because ultimately all Jason has to do is turn the Drakons and the Silver Breeze and walk 10 inches to the other side of the table. So he has a pretty huge advantage in the late game for just last-second diving to get in position, versus Jesse still has speed 8 with his flying Tortured Souls, but frankly, I think he's going to be across the table by turn 3 here. So it won't actually matter in terms of positioning. Now, he might be thinking better of it. Maybe he thinks that he needs to spend a little bit more time positioning before he engages. But I definitely don't think he has too many more turns to... He needs to be in combat by turn 3. If he's not in combat by turn 3, he won't have the time to punch through Jason's stuff. But he's also on a clock for Jason just continuing to shoot stuff off the table. So... and I definitely think Jesse wants to pick the fights here as much as he can. So going to be very technical for this positioning. Okay. Flipping over to table 2 here. All right, looking over at table 2. Let's get rid of this. That might be causing some slowdown. Devlin Smith versus Dustin Howard. We're into Dustin's shooting phase. Still definitely top 2. So we're seeing some damage. The Bone Giant gets picked up by Lightning Bolt, so he decided to focus in on the Bone Giant. Looks like the Ogre Warrior Regiment moved forward to prevent Shobek from getting a cheeky surge flank, which I think was the right call. I wouldn't rule out Shobek potentially being able to still get a cheeky surge flank on the Ogre Warrior Regiment and at least start aiming down the flank to get position there. Sorry about that. Hoping. All right. Okay. Hold on, guys. Let's see if that's a little better. All right. All right. So Devlin is bottom of 3, or bottom of 2, sorry. Going ahead and moving forward with these regiments of scavengers. Going to see how many units he can block off with single regiments. I like that play. That gives him an option to try and concentrate force on certain units. Dustin has extremely efficiently tried to prevent multiple flank options on a lot of units. Which again, to me, just says that I think Devil needs to, and I normally am against it, but I feel like a long haul surge to start catching a flank here with Shobek is the way to solve this problem. And then just start working the way down. Shobek's durable enough to survive the lightning bolt turn and burn, and it just allows the rest of the list to actually start closing the gap on the left-hand flank of Dustin, start to actually deal some damage. But until then, I don't know that Devlin has options to really engage. Ooh. See, I don't like just going in straight. I don't think that's the right way to do it. Yeah. Oh, is he considering a double charge with Pappy? But it's just a warrior regiment. I don't know that that's worth it. I seriously think getting a warrior regiment, but I think he needs to do it is to get Shobek flank where he's very safe. Oh, I guess the mute button's just very finicky. So that's good to know. All right. Well, Devlin's considering that. We'll have to come back and see what he makes his decision on. But I think the correct answer is not to commit. I think it is way too early to commit into that. Yeah, this I don't hate. Get Cloak of Death, get Drain Life. But I would rather see, I'd much rather see Shobek commit before considering this. see how he plays it out. Shifting over to table 1. This looks to be bottom of 3 or bottom of 2, based on wounds and such. So the troop did not die to the lone wolf character. The abyssal succubus also was unable to kill the silver breeze cav, though presumably disordered them. I definitely see wounds on everything over there, so I assume everything is disordered, which is very important, I think, to stop the shooting. Other than that, I see he took another chunk of wounds over to the abyssal ghouls to allow more shooting from Zazuzu the Betrayer. I see that Jesse has effectively maneuvered himself in such a way as to Justin, stop kicking my poles. Okay. So Jason moving in here, positioning himself to try and present threat to the abyssals that are moving forward. I lost track of one of the abyssal regiments of tortured souls. I can only assume that it's either. I don't think it's this, which means I'm assuming that it blew. Oh no, it got shut off. Another unit of tortured souls was shut off last turn, and I missed it. So with 2 tortured souls down, he's running out of chaff fast. This is the Drakon regiment coming in and turning nimble toward Jesse's side of the table. It's already crossed the table, meaning it can now focus in on Jesse's list. Jason's definitely contemplating effectively diving in here, I think, to So I think the idea is he's seeing if he can charge in with the Drakon Horde, which picking up just a regiment of Abyssal Ghouls is going to be a little bit overkill. I think it's more of a positioning thing. He can then take it and back up to get out of the Moloch range, or the Moloch threat. The Chariot character then gets eaten, but denies the Molochs from getting in for at least a turn. I almost feel like throwing in the other Drakon regiment isn't actually worth it at that point. I almost feel like he should keep that back for 1 turn. Because the Chariot character should prevent anything else from actually getting through. I guess the only other question would be if the Tortured Souls would see the flank of the Drakon Horde after the Drakon Horde backs up, if the Drakon Horde even backs up. But otherwise, I feel like he could preserve that for 1 more turn. Oh, I guess the Croneuses are close enough that he has to consider that. There's a couple things, but if he charges there, he gets in. Definitely makes it so that if anything, there's a couple other reasons to do this, I suppose. So one reason is that if anything whiffs, he's got good flank coverage. Everything will be protected. It makes it very easy for him to defend against flying countercharges. Jason's still relying on a decent amount of shooting damage to come forward here and really open up, I think, the left-hand side or the right-hand side, effectively take care of those threats. He probably can pull off the last unit there between the Lone Ranger and the 2 regiments of Gladestalkers. and that leaves him with only 1 or 2 units that are actually threatening at that point. He also still has the lightning bolt from the wizard as well, so lots of options in how he wants to deal with that. That's going to mean that all the chaff at this point will have been picked up, leaving only the Croniuses, the Well of Souls, and the Abyssal Pools. Now, the Croniuses and the Well of Souls can get a lot of work done on their own. They do a lot of self-healing. This is where Jesse wants to be at this point, is locked in all these combats. It's just a matter of if Jason can lock off the Molochs, which are really the things that start killing stuff at this point, and deny flanks. So it's like he's trying to just be extra cautious to make sure that if the Well of Souls decides to charge in, that it is a front rather than a flank. So he's being extra careful there, which I think is fine. Yeah. Well, here we go. So he's shifting the Palace Guard Horde sideways. Now, again, this is why I feel like having a bit of a gap in between there could have allowed for some withdraw and sidestep shenanigans, or potentially some, which then may have allowed the Horde to be able to do a pivot charge to effectively kill the Wolf, but now it's going to have to kill the Wolf with either shooting or just the Forest Guard, which are not super good at a counter charge. All right. Jason re-rolling those elites, managing to miss. Seeing, looks like damage being thrown onto either the Will of Souls or Cronius. I'm pretty sure that's a Cronius. We'll further get clarification that once whatever it is dies. Looks like Jason may have decided to cast Lightning Bolt through Hex. Not quite sure what's going on there, but certainly does another chunk of damage there. Jason's shooting, even with his good shooting, not doing too much damage there. But critically gets, I think, the shattering in on that nerve roll there. Oh, did he commit his Drakon Lord already? I think he committed his Drakon Lord in there as well. These are the Silver Breeze Cavs shooting from the right-hand side, trying to do some damage to one of the 2 Croniuses, which was pretty impactful. 6 damage to a Cronius, damn. The other Chariot's going to be just out of range, but that does start the process. It's just a lot of wounds to try to make it difficult to recover all of them simultaneously. So yeah, so it does not kill the Well of Souls, which was shot a lot, but definitely not killed. So low nerve rolls here, but better to get them out now rather than later, I think, for Jason. So the flanking Drakon character, does he have Rampage? He does. Rampage D3. So Rampage D3 thrown in there, meaning that he doubles his attacks. So he went from 5 attacks to what sounds like the full potential of 16 based on that dice roll. And certainly hit with a lot of them. So effectively just became a Drakon, almost a Drakon horde. Looks like he will easily be able to snakes. Ooh, almost snakes in there. Almost snakes in there, but does kill it. Go ahead and turns around to make it so the cronies can charge the front, but not the flank, and prevents anything else from potentially even getting to the flank. So I don't want to get too caught up in this game because I don't want us to miss out on Devlin and Dustin's game. It's a big enough win there. Can still see someone catapult. So Devlin has committed. It does look like, okay, good. It's like, he has to do it. So it does look like Shobek was surged into the Warriors or took a front charge combined with Drain Life. I'm not sure which order he chose to do it, but in either case, the combined effort saw the Warriors get killed. He then advanced the rest of his army into position to start taking charges. Now, Revcav with Siegebreaker hordes in the front is pretty nasty. It does look like there's a fence there, so that'll hinder at least one of them. The other one will not be hindered, but it's going to force Dustin to have to deal with Shobek and a Pappy, who are both staring down the flank. And I don't think he has the shooting to deal with both. Pappy will also be in cover for most of that due to Shobek. There's also the unit of Revcav. There's a lot of stuff. If Dustin does not pop that Revcav unit, he will be in massive trouble, in my opinion. If he does pop that Revcav, I think he can readdress his lines and make it so he can minimize a lot of the incoming damage here from Devlin. But I actually like Devlin's position quite a lot with that being the case, because he's only in place to lose a Scavenger Regiment and a regiment of Revcav. And in return, I think Dustin's in danger of losing potentially an Enslaved Guardian horde. Or sorry, Dustin is in position to potentially lose two Siegebreaker hordes in return, which is 6 of his unit strength effectively. So I'm a little concerned by the counterpunch there. But we'll have to see how that goes. Looks like he is going to charge Pappy with one of his characters. That, I think, was the risk of moving Pappy that far forward, is it allows him to now be punched. And so that, I think, was absolutely necessary. I don't think Pappy dies here by any stretch, but even just grounding Pappy is huge to his efficiency. And the other Enslaved Guardians are so far out, I don't think they can charge without assistance. So yeah, this is why I think Pappy going in for the Drain Life versus Pappy staying back for the Long Bomb Surge. I think the Long Bomb Surge was the better play there. But we shall see. Now, Devlin may be able to block some stuff up with the Scavengers. May also not want to, because that's, I want to say, unit strength and Scavengers. They 2 or 1? They 1. Okay. With them only being 1 unit strength, I think you could potentially sacrifice those to gum up Dustin's lines a little bit more. But yeah, this is the danger with dragons. You don't want them getting punched, because once they get punched, a lot of their versatility goes down the drain, and you're paying for that versatility. All right, sounds like from the other two, we may have had snakes. Now, top of 3, I believe. So notably, the Dragons were able to pick up the regiment of Abyssal Ghouls. The Chariot did some damage to the Molochs, a decent 5 wounds, especially, all things considered. The other Tortured Souls only took 6 damage, it looks like, and were not picked up. That said, I think he's willing to sacrifice that Drakon Horde in order to get some stuff done. The Silver Breeze does not look like did any damage to the Abyssal Succubus, and the Lone Wolf character took 2 wounds, but was fine. So there's a lot of damage stuff for Jesse, but it's important to note that he has a large number. He has the Wolf, is a Succubus. He has Zazuzu. He has a Well of Souls. He has a lot of things that can kind of fly around and do damage, and are very flexible. So even though it looks like he's very compact, he's actually got a lot of stuff already running around in the backfield here that can really mess with Jason's plans. So I think he has to be a little cautious. The Succubus, for example, could just turn around and punch the Drakons, which I think is exactly what we're going to see here. Yep. That's going to shut down the Drakons flying, which is pretty huge, and strip their Thunderous. Assuming you get one wound, which with Host Shadow Beast and with both Host Shadow Beast and the regular attacks, I think it's very viable that we could see the Drakon Horde get punched. That's why I think it might have been overkill there to jump that soon. But I guess 3 unit strength is 3 unit strength, so technically it's an even trade on the unit strength side of things. It's just a lot to give up for that. Especially unit strength that can actually cross the table quickly toward the end of the game. So, but all right, shifting back over to table 2. Dustin's still taking moves here to try and position. Looks like he's trying to get angles to either threaten the monolith to where he could potentially do some nimble charges to jump his characters across the board. Alternatively, could just be taking position. I will say this is going to extremely limit the siege breakers in the follow-up turn as to which direction they can angle, unless he just runs them straight forward. But that will mean that he won't be able to pivot, at least from the angles that we're looking at. Now, maybe the intent there is to be far enough back that he can pivot, but at least from here, it looks like he won't be able to pivot his siege breakers, even if he kills the rev cap, which is definitely being risky, I think. Looks like we're going to start seeing some damage come out here. If I had to guess on the monolith, that's probably the only thing you can see here with his characters. It's either that or Shovik. Dustin continuing to plop out little spell shots here. All right. All right, Wheel. Looks like he decided to pick on the Scavengers, which I think that's an okay choice. It prevents the Scavengers coming in and blocking off some of these pivot charges. Did some damage to a Pappy, respectively. I don't know whether or not he killed the Scavengers yet, because I don't see any damage there, which is a little confusing. I think we're on to combats. I am going to flip back over to Jesse and Jason just to see where the movement has taken us. Come back here to kind of see the results of what I imagine is some fairly obvious combats. So looks like a Cronius flanked the Drakon character and was not able to. Well, we haven't seen it get killed yet. I think we're still within Cloak of Death, and we're just starting to see some dice start getting rolled. Looks like the Well of Souls flew in to charge the Silver Breeze Cav, so it's trying to make up its, trying to get its wounds back. Now, I will say that with the elves now open in the center, the Blade Stalkers might be the thing that ends up killing it with concentrated shooting there. However, it's going to be pretty. The elves are just going to have to basically walk forward and not charge things potentially, depending on how things shake out here in the middle. And I say the middle, and what I actually mean is the left, like 2 feet of the board, because they're basically not playing on the rest of the board. All right, so looks like the Zuzu or Zazuzu, some degree of shooting, was able to reach out and plink off the Forest Guard troop. All right, so seeing where damage is being dealt here is really my curiosity. So Well of Souls manages to go from, yeah, get its full life leech. So from 9 wounds down to 4. Cronus is just out of range to help reduce it even further, but like I said, I think we're going to see almost all the wounds on the Cronuses, and basically anything in that kind of bunker is just going to suddenly turn into 0 wounds between the 2 Cronuses are going to get their full complement, and the Tortured Souls will life leech. So yeah, we're gonna see. The big question for me is whether or not this Cronius or whatever that character is fighting the Drakon Lord is able to kill it. It should. I feel like it should. That's pretty huge. Vicious is a good rule. Alright, so able to pick up the Drakon Horde. Little surprising there. Wondering if there is some damage that was missed earlier. Maybe some lightning bolts snuck through earlier that was starting to pile up on the Horde, and that's why Jason decided to commit. I'll have to ask him about that after the game, because I feel like that Horde just got flatlined there. And that was an amazing roll. Like, he needed a 7, he said was already a break. So he would have needed 10 wounds on there to get that, which is pretty crazy. But yeah, so here's going to be the question now: is the Drakon Horde's expended, and some of the shooting is definitely locked up. All right, so here's the question: is whether or not the Cronius actually does stuff. Cronius looks like it's getting a big swing. Is this just a mistake on positioning on Jason's part? I'm kind of wondering what was going on here. He just miss a flank here. In any case, this is going to hurt. I guess is the best way to put it. It does look like the Cronius missed a decent amount, which is impressive. But with Crush 3, so we're going to see 3 wounds vanish from Tortured Souls. Ooh. He might use a tournament reroll here. I'm guessing that he wavered and did not kill, so he's debating. Sounds like a 6 was a kill, so he's looking at effectively a 50-50 shot on a reroll of the nerf here. So yeah, so he decides to let it sit. It sounds like it's wavered. All right. I think the Drakon Lord has Headstrong, correct? Not by default, anyway. Certainly not by default. It would have to be to the formation or something. Spell Ward, no, it does not, so. Almost snaked the Chariot there. Definitely thought about it. So now the trick, I think, comes down to if the Drakon Regiment comes in and kills the Cronius, he's trading 2 unit strength for 1, so I don't actually think that's a good play. I think the thing here is that I feel like Jason misplayed the Horde a little bit. That's just me. The Horde of Palace Guard. I think he needs to pick up as many of the supporting pieces for the Molochs these next turns that he can with his shooting element, and then effectively come down hard and kill the Molochs if at all possible. His little flanking force represents 5 unit strength that he basically just has on the other side of the board right now. And he has picked up a significant chunk of Jesse's unit strength. Some of it's hiding in the way back left corner, which the Chariot might be able to go hunt down. I do think he needs to hunt it down at some point, or else he won't be able to remove that unit strength, even with all those wounds on it. We see the Cronius get 3 wounds back from other Cronius doing damage onto the Drakon Regiment here. Which again, this is really where I am not sure that he needed to commit that either. So yeah, as we see, it's just a lot of wounds getting eating back up between Life Leech and the Cronius. That's just 4 wounds just coming back and no dice needing to be rolled. Okay. Well, that goes on to bottom of 3 now. So to shoot it back, we're going to flip back over to Dustin and see Devlin and see how that's shaken out with their combats. I think it's still. Oh no, it is not. This would have been top of 3, potentially going into bottom of 3 based on movement here. So I think we're bottom of 3, and we missed a couple key elements from Devlin's turn. But needless to say, the Revenant Cav did pop, and that left the Siege Breakers facing the top of the table. The Shobek did, it looks like, go in and pop, I presume, a character based on what's not there. The Enslaved Guardians came forward to kill the character that was fighting a Pappy. 1 hour left here. The Scavengers came forward and punched a character. The Giant is still untouched up there, but the Slave Guardians look to have come forward and punched but not killed the horde of Enslaved Guardians here. Oh, and the Wolf combined. Wow. I guess between it was Siege Breakers in the front, though. That's the problem. Siege Breakers in the front are what are actually hard to kill. So I guess maybe he thought between the combined arms of all 3 of those characters he could pop them, but it does not look like he was able to. So yeah, I mean, he still has Dustin kind of locked down, but that's only going to last for until the end of this turn. And I feel like unless he gets to those Siege Breakers, I mean, that's 9 unit strength of Dustin that's just secure. And Devlin's unit strength is about to disappear unless he turns and runs for the edge of the board and then tries to pick off the Ogre characters, which maybe he can. There's still a chance there. The Ogre Warrior Regiment's also 2 unit strength. Like, there's just a lot of unit strength left on the Ogre side of the table, I feel, compared to Devlin's. I'm not as worried about, like, getting to the far side of the table for Devlin so much as being able to pick up enough unit strength before he goes there. So at this point, I think this is turned into kill, and then Devlin hoping that the 4 unit strength Spearman Regiment effectively saves him at the end of the game. Yeah, because that Enslaved Guardian horde is about to evaporate. All right. Over here on table 1, looking at Jason to pick his shooting targets here, I think. He has moved closer, which I think is a little risky, but I think he has to in order to get more shots in here. Now, being speed 10, he might be able to just sidestep 5 inches and be out of 1 inch of the Well of Souls. I don't know that he considered that option. He did charge the Palace Guard in, though, and they will presumably just delete this Cronius. The problem is that all the other units are still up and around, and I don't think that Jason has the shooting lift to pick up both hordes of Molochs, which will just delete the Palace Guard in return. He's trying to maximize to make sure he's not actually getting cover penalties. Okay. Here starts the shooting. Question is, where's it going? So, Elite. So, it does not look like he did nearly as much damage to the Molochs that he wanted. All right, so another chunk of shooting coming out here from the Silver Breeze, presumably. Now they have cover, so everything here is taking cover penalties, and that's really, I think, what's helping. So Silver Breeze on their own look like they're going to do more damage than both of the regiments of Bladestalkers did. The Lone Ranger looks like, Jason, get a fucking dice tray. Pardon my French. This mute button is doing nothing. But looks like the Lone Ranger came in there and added a significant amount of additional shooting, and the Molochs were able to be popped in one turn. This is, like I said, what I think Jason needs to do in order to remove it, because at this point, the unit strength left on the table for Jesse is 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1/2 for the Lone Wolf. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So it's already very low for the Abyssals in terms of just pure unit strength. I don't know. Are Tortured Souls regiments 1 or 2 is going to be my question here. And the answer is Tortured Soul regiments are unit strength 2, so make that 10 unit strength. That was 1 under. But the big thing is the ghouls, which are also unit strength 2, not 3. So, okay, I take it back. So I think it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 12 unit strength. So he still has 12 unit strength on the table, which is actually pretty decent, all things considered. But 2 of it is in very, like, a single shot of anything will do it. The Cronius here with 12 damage is at 6. Twice might kill it, assuming he doesn't roll it off the table. But that is a lot of damage on things that are still almost dead. Jason's unit strength in comparison is 4 on the Horde, which is not going to make it to the other side of the table. The Kindred Gladestalkers, a lot of it are unit strength 2. That's his problem. So he's got a lot of like 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. That's still alive right now. 10.5 that can actually conceivably make it to the other side of the table. And the rest, unfortunately, though, I don't think can. So Jason's in a position where he basically is relying on shooting off enough unit strength and then still having some stuff left. And Jesse has some characters that he can just kind of throw at Jason toward the end to pick up some last-second unit strength with his individuals. So I'm feeling a little bit better for Jesse right now, as long as he can prevent the regiment of Abyssal Ghouls from being shot off, and especially this turn, if he can recover enough wounds on the Cronius and or on some of those other units. That's really what I think it comes down to. because otherwise he just doesn't have any unit strength left. He will pick up this Horde of Palace card, though. That's not even a question to me. I think the problem for Jason is that Jason's playing with an effective 5 unit strength. Maybe 6 if you count the Lone Ranger, so 5.5. Whereas Jesse is playing with a lot more that is already on the other side of the table. So Jason has to rely on shooting to pick enough stuff up to effectively win this game. And he's at some degree of mercy. I don't know if the scenarios had any impact on their play, but it'll be interesting to see if they have to deal with that at some point. Table 1. Looks like Pappy was shot off the table. So that's unfortunate for Devlin. Also picks up the scavengers. So yeah, not seeing how damaged Pappy was last turn, that makes a little bit more sense. Pappy must have been focused fired down by magic either this turn or last turn to get him to pop. Now the question's going to be, again for Devlin, I feel, is that he needs to try to just dive in and pick up as many of these Siegebreaker hordes as possible, but I feel his chances are dwindling as more and more of his pieces are picked up off the table. So the Wolf gets killed here. That's going to allow the Siegebreakers to go the minimum 1 inch for their overrun to then impact the other combat. And frankly, I was going to say between 72 Siegebreaker attacks on 3s, 2s, and Brutal, Devlin's going to go ahead and just let him snake that. So yeah, this also, for the record, should have been... oh no, this is still bottom of 3. Dustin's still moving. Jesus. Or still going. Now it's top of 4, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I think I'll have to get a review of some of those moves that game to see if I can get a better understanding of what fell apart there in the middle game for Devlin. But at least for right now, I think it's just that the Siegebreaker Horde should punch through, and flanks were not able to be taken advantage of to solve those problems. Looking over at table 1 again. All right, so where are the wounds coming off? And where is the damage being done? That's going to be the question here. So definitely looks like Jason, like I said, Jason I feel like is definitely at a disadvantage at this point, at least in terms of what's left on the table as options. It's going to come down to elf shooting, as it always seems to. All right, so the Silver Breeze are picked up by the Tortured Soul Regiment, having been punched by an Abyssal Succubus, the Well of Souls, and a unit of Tortured Souls. Frankly, it's pretty impressive that they were still there at that point, all things considered. But they life leech, critically the Tortured Souls life leech too, which means that they're very likely to still be in play at the end of the game. Right? So they are defense for Palace Guard, but everything here should be effectively be winning on 2s and rerolling 1s. They do have the Staying Stone, though, so if he doesn't do a critical amount of damage here, there is a chance the Horde holds. All right, so the Horde is picked up. That should not come as a shock with how much stuff was slated against it. Okay. The real question comes down to Jason's next round of shooting. Can he pick up both the Cronius and the Ghouls? I think the Ghouls might be just out of his ability to trace a laser through and plink. But he has to dedicate at least something to the Cronius, and then he has to dedicate at least something killing the Molochs. Still no results from any tables lower in the round, just for the record. Maybe a couple of results from like very bottom rows, but nothing from at least our top bout of players. All right, so very careful position to make sure these Molochs, because they represent so much unit strength, actually stay alive. While they're figuring that out, flip back over to table 2, which hopefully we'll have at least something going on for our last couple things. So this would be top of 5. It looks like Devlin took a last couple of Hail Mary charges to get some stuff done here. Shobek charged into a character, did not look like it popped it. Looks like Dustin was able to use his Lone Ranger to prevent a unit of siege breakers from hitting the water, which means they now stand a good chance of popping the last horde of enslaved guardians. The other regiment of RevCav at this point is too far out. I assume he either backed it up. I'm not even sure what he needed to do there, but frankly, with 1, 2, I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 unit strength left in Dustin's army. He's only dropped 3 unit strength worth of stuff. Or sorry, 6 unit strength worth of stuff, which, unless I miscounted a warrior regiment somewhere in the middle of all that, it's just not enough left for Devlin, frankly, to recover. The 4 unit strength he's got definitely helps, because that makes it 10 unit strength effectively subtracted from Dustin's total army. So Dustin started with 25. I believe that puts him at 24 or 15 as far as a difference will go, assuming that everything gets across the table and everything else that Devlin has alive dies. 24. So it's a 14 difference now is the maximum. I'm just going to take a look here at the score differential. So a difference of 14 would be a 17-3. If Devlin can manage to kill at least the damaged siege breakers wherever they are, though it looks like they took a lot of heal. If he manages to kill a unit of siege breakers, he could turn that into a 11-12 and a 16-4. Alternatively, if he manages to get the rev cab to escape, that could also swing it a significant chunk. This is not counting the bonus points, which I think will also push Dustin higher and potentially give him a 20. So frankly, all things considered, it actually throws Dustin back into the running if Jesse should somehow lose his game, which I don't think he will. I think Jesse will still get a convincing win. It's just by how many points at this stage. So if he doesn't get a big win, the bonus points will help push him higher because they're designed to push people higher at this point. Does pick up the Enslaved Guardian Horde. Not much can be said there. Just watching Devlin's tournament records go down the drain. All right, so all of the stuff, we are at Jason shooting turn, so this is top of, this should be bottom of 4. I think I missed a count there. So what is he going to shoot at is really what this comes down to. He's got a Cronius that's hiding. I think he's debating charging in his Dracons to kill it, which I don't necessarily like. It's some of his only unit strength, and then it would also block up line of sight to everything else. The Chariot needs to try sneaking that laser line through. Oh, I see what he's trying to do. Interesting. So he's trying to see if he can escort. He's effectively looking to trade unit strength here, where he's looking if the Dracons kill and then sidestep, then maybe the Glade Stalkers can then effectively walk their way past all this, which I actually like that. I think it's a really good play in the circumstance. It does look like he'll be able to march in between the forest and the wall there. So, assuming he gets a kill, I don't know which direction the Cronius was facing. Looks like it would be a flank, so a flank, 24 attacks on 3s. Do they have Crush 1 base? Blade Stalkers? It's been a minute. They do not, so no crushing. This is the downside there. He would need to Bane Chant, which he does have available, so Bane Chanted, it's not a bad option. Does actually push his unit strength toward the correct side of the table, I think. And if he picks up 2 units here, he's trading 2 unit strength for 2 unit strength, and then if his shooting can pick up some more, I think that helps. I'm really curious where the target priority is going to be for the shooting here. I do see Lex, Simon, and Tom Robinson tallying up scores, so I'll see if I can get the results of that game here momentarily, so we can start getting some of the results up on the camera. Again, that doesn't guarantee placement, that just gives us their final battle points, so we can have those available. I'm seeing some of the games resolved, though I don't think any from the next chunk, like Garrett Mercier and Adam Ballard, I don't think it resolved yet. I don't think Travis Cook or Jeff Radigan has resolved yet, though I do see a lot of skiffs still on the table. It's just a matter of where they are on the table. I think it's pretty convincing to me that Devlin will lose his game against Dustin, putting Dustin Again, with the initial difference, looks like it'll be an 18-2 or even potentially a 19-1. We'll see. I don't think Devlin's going to have any inspiring units left on the table at the end of this turn, which would also mean Dustin will secure those bonus points. All right. We're going to actually quickly, just to make sure I'm doing that math right on my calculations. So yeah, there are no more inspiring units. So Dustin already has that. The RevCav are making a run for the far side of the table. Looks like Devlin, is just booking it as fast as possible. So 7 unit strength is significantly better than, I think, picking up the Ogre Horde. It effectively creates the same situation. He was not going to kill in points. I don't know.
What do you have left? Roll. Roll forward. Box art.
All right, well, that confirms that this is top of 7. So Dustin is basically seeing if he can lightning bolt off the RevCav. Frankly, that's the only thing that matters in that game. It would take the 7 difference in unit strength that is being subtracted from Dustin's remaining 19 unit strength, because I believe Dustin had 25 total, no, 24 total. So Dustin lost 6 unit strength. So you can subtract 1, 2, 3, 4. Let me just count it. It's easier that way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. 19 and a half unit strength that Dustin has left compared to the 7. So it would be a difference of 12 and a half, which is actually a pretty significant drop down to a 16-4 for Dustin. But then it, with the bonus points, I think will end up being either an 18-2 or a 19-1, especially if he pops this RevCav regiment. So I think Devlin does negate it being a complete and total loss by having the 4 unit strength hiding behind the terrain. But I think that's going to call it there unless Dustin just rolls really badly for this shooting. Shifting back over here to table 1. Let's see the results of the shooting. Looks like he put a lot of damage on the Ogre Warlock. That shooting's starting to look like it's coming back up. So 3 damage on a Tortured Soul Regiment. Oh, turn to shoot those guys off. So with the Lone Ranger, yeah, almost pops the Tortured Souls. 5 twice on the other character. Yeah, just not getting the nerve rolls he needs, it seems like. Got a waiver on Zuzu, I believe. And unable to sneak through and pop the Regiment. There's so much damage on units at this point that even a minimal amount of poking, I think, would start doing it. But at this point, I suspect the Well of Souls will just soak up as much damage as it can and then just fly up to prevent anything else from trying. Because it's 1 unit strength. You can sacrifice the Well of Souls with 100 wounds on it, and it wouldn't matter as long as all the other unit strength is effectively still alive. So here we see the Glade Stalkers coming on the flank. Now their hits are going to be great. Now the problem is whether or not they can get wounds. I want to say these are Glade Stalkers, not the regiment. Though honestly, I would do the regiment first. All right, let's see here. These guys look like they're going to town. Alright, is able to pick up the Cronius, so at least gets 1 unit down. Yeah, this is why I would have done the other unit first, because he could have gotten a little bit better understanding of what options he had if he wanted to sidestep the regiment of birds first. But let's see if the Dracons are able to pop the other Cronius. Again, that's trading 2 unit strength for 2 unit strength. So 5 more wounds on the existing Cronius brings it up to 8 plus, 14, so needed a 5 twice. That is the definition of a cocked dice. So able to bring both Croniuses down. That's pretty significant because, one, it removes a lot of these floating wounds, but also allows him to prevents the Croniuses from doing a lot of healing to everything around them, which they absolutely could. So I want to say that puts it at top of 5. So yeah, Jason still has a lot of unit strength on the board compared to what Jason has left available. Jason is absolutely relying at this point on doing damage to get the kills he needs. It's mostly so people don't think I'm muted for a second. All right. Still don't have the results for table 3 and 2 yet, but again, as soon as we have those available, I'll try to update my numbers here so people could have an idea of where the standings are going to fall. But Dustin obviously pretty convincingly winning table 2. And a little hard to determine who won table 3, at least from the where we are over here. So, but looking here on table 1, where most of this matters, where the convincing lead is. It's like the Molochs are going into the regiment. The Lone Ranger is being attacked by the Wolf. The Well of Souls has attacked the other regiment of Gladestalkers. The Silver Breeze have been attacked by the Gnome Glass Shield Succubus. All of this has been done to effectively eliminate any remaining shooting elements that Jason had left to play. At least pretty much the Chariot, again, as the one thing that could potentially sneak through and try to get some last-second shots. Maybe the Elf Mage. So if the Elf Mage is able to sneak some shots through, maybe picks up the Tortured Souls. There's a couple things I think here that could still potentially get those last wounds, but that's really what it comes down to. There's a lot of damage on the table. Can Jason remove those units and have enough unit strength left to actually potentially win? Which now having thrown in the that was my other foot. Having now thrown in the regiment of Dracons and the regiment of and the regiment of Gladestalkers. The Molochs, if they kill the regiment of Drakons, will overrun, and while they can't kill the Gladestalkers right away, it does mean the Gladestalkers won't be able to shoot anything, very much limiting what Jason can do to option-wise. Looks like the Lone Wolf going in to poke the Lone Ranger. I feel like he had Duelist. I could be wrong. Was I wrong? Does anyone even remember that Duelist is a rule that exists? They're not Duelist. Okay. Would have been appropriate for the characters, frankly, but Lone Ranger looks like they're not dead and not wavered, but now they're reduced to just punching things. Now, he might be able to try to do a long Hail Mary charge against the Tortured Souls in the back left. That's what I would do at this point, because it's more unit strength. If not, then I would charge the if either of those units are within 12 inches of the Lone Ranger, I think you charge them and try to kill them in melee, even if you can't do it with shooting, because both of them are low. All right, picks up the regiment, surprising no one there, I think. All right. Bottom of 5. Oh. trying to get us some updated scores there as I can. Catching back up here on table 1 in terms of things, it looks like the Tortured Soul Regiment was picked up, the Ghoul Regiment was picked up, leaving just the Molochs with unit strength 3 as the big unit strength dividend. There's basically no unit strength left on the table almost, except for the Gnome Glass Shield, well, except for the Molochs, the Lonewolf characters themselves, and then the Well of Souls. I think Jesse wins, but I think he wins by the smallest edge imaginable, which actually, ooh. This is going to get interesting in terms of points because they go into this with 67 and 64. Jesse's still in a good position, even if he gets a draw with just a minor win to come out tied with Dustin, I think, for first place. So Dustin almost jumps back into first after losing to Jesse. Jason with a minor win might drop down to fourth with Tom Robinson maybe jumping him. It's gonna be interesting. Last turn of this is gonna definitely be very, very relevant, I think. It's top of 6. All right, so picks up the regiment, which not entirely surprising here. Again, I feel Jason's last couple turns are use the chariot, or last turn is to use the chariot to try to Hail Mary pick off the. I think that's the Abyssal Warlock hiding in the back, which just removes another unit strength. But again, a draw, I think, actually doesn't benefit either of them. And this is the most common case scenario where you can actually see table 2 leap table 1 and get a first place like this, is if table 1 draws and table 2 has a big swing. And table 3 respectively. So both table 2 and table 3 had big swings, so we might see, again, second and third place respectively have catapult themselves up there, potentially even first. It really depends on if Jesse gets a minor win and how minor it is, because Dustin may have catapulted himself from a presumed fourth to effectively first. And I still don't have results for Adam Ballard's game or Radigan's game, but frankly, unless they got 20 zeros, it doesn't really matter. It puts them, I think, too far back behind the pack, given that there were 2 19s on the table above them. But we'll see if we can get some confirmation for that. So yeah, a full 20 for Adam would put him at 75 points, which already puts him in third before we get the results for both these players, and even if they drew, that would still put them above Adam, respectively. So yeah, I think that effectively removes the possibility for Adam, Garrett, Jeff, even if he gets a 20, Travis, Hank, or Jordan, all of them at that point are out of the running realistically for at least the top 3. Still potential for overall, definitely worth noting. It's worth noting that this is not all the tables in the room. These are just the top 6 tables out of 29 or so tables that we have being played here. So this is just looking at the top results since we're on day 2. All right, so here's the question. Looks like he's doing a Hail Mary charge of the chariot into the Molochs. I don't know that I like that, but I don't know that he has any other options. So, 1 damage on the Molochs. I guess he threw his Lone Ranger character in there as well. I mean, there's just not enough damage on the Molochs there to really kill them. I would have tried the sneak shots on the standard bearer. No, turn 7. Game ends on bottom of 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.5 unit strength. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.5 unit strength to 2. So it's a 4.5 difference. Jesse's almost certainly going to win and kill. Well, actually, I don't know. It's going to be close there too. Those bonus points are going to be critical here. So 6.5 unit strength minus 2 is a difference of 13.7 currently. He still has more inspiring, I believe. I believe that was one of the bonus points. Yes, so he's going to get plus 2 points for that, and assuming he wins kill, plus 3 points, so a 5-point additional modifier in addition to the 4, which put it at a 9-10 difference, which puts it at a 15.5 on the dot. So I'm pretty sure it's a 15.5. Like 99% sure. Confirmation there of a 15.5 win for Jesse. I'm almost 100% certain that solidifies our top performers. As again, even if Garrett Mercier could tie Tom Robinson with a 20 to get 76, but no one else is anywhere close in the running. So that at least solidifies our top 3 in battle. Now, again, overall points get a little finicky, so we could probably see a couple of weird things happen. We might see like Jesse Garrett get best battle, but then not win best overall or second overall, even though he won best battle. So just be aware of that when we get to awards. But we are going to go ahead and switch over to the room camera. It's going to give me a second to rest and eat, which I desperately need to do at this point. And then we will be here for awards, which are there's going to be a little bit of a gap here. So in the schedule. So scheduling wise, it is cleanup is starting here in about 5 minutes. That's the end of the round in 5 minutes. And then lunch goes until 12:45. Or sorry, that's yesterday's lunch. The lunch today will go until 2:55. So we're going to be back here in approximately 1 hour to do awards. So let's call it 3 o'clock for awards. As long as everything's on time.
I played tennis in high school and there's music playing.
And wait for a safer to catch up. Right, you shouldn't be able to hear me.
I just hear music.
Now you can hear the room?
Yes.
Good, bad?
It's so loud that it's hard to tell.
Too much saxophones, man. I'm gonna get two of them.
So I can hear like us talking towards you and you're talking towards you.
Yes, I already got something.
Otherwise, it's kind of a yeah, about the best I'm gonna be able to get, but that's what I'm trying to get. Once we're doing awards and everyone shut the fuck up. Who's waiting to get live stream? It's capturing things in that general direction. Okay.
Zach Clark.
It's a good looking sticker, Zach.
Gregory Quintillion. Sorry. Mark Price. Hawk. John Rose. Devlin. Chuck Williams. Bill Winfrey. Leslie Roberts. Justin May.
Yeah, I stole your seat. No. Back. Back.
Rick Stein.
Oh, look, they show up after all the work is done. Good job, guys. Way to go. Yeah. Awesome.
Kyle Allen. Justin News Football.
Somebody's name on it?
Joseph Gartrell. David Murphy.
You want to do a buggy announcement? We're going to do I don't know.
Garrett Mercer. Pete Croc Taz. Rick. Aaron Chapman. Tom. Les Simon. Ethan Allen. Aaron Hindershaw.
Everybody from Oklahoma.
Jesse.
Gonna move it.
No, dude.
I've got it. You want to go in order or what? Y'all look like album cover for like a really shitty scout.
Please turn to the right.
It was number 4. That's the one that killed my dog.
All right, y'all. So we're gonna do tournament announcements, and then we'll get into the scoring and everything after that. So if you guys could turn your attention to these gentlemen.
All right, guys.
America. Fuck yeah! You know, only Americans really want to go to Bug Eater, which is in Omaha. First weekend of June. It's the same place that we did Masters last year, so hopefully you guys were cool with that venue. We got 2,300 points. There are going to be a couple of special familiars. They're essentially like upgrade magic items that you get. But if you're interested, we got the tickets up on the website, so go check out, just Google bugeater.com.
Alright, Samurai Showdown is going to be held in September on the 28th and 29th this year. It's going to be the same venue at the A-Loft of Dallas by Love Field Airport. Still 2,300 points, still have your Samurai Hero. All the rules and registration is open on dojogt.com.
All right, I got a few to rattle off. The first one coming up is June 22nd in Memphis, Tennessee. That is Kings of Memphis. It's not quite 2,300 points. It's like a little below that, but warroomhobbies.com is where you can buy tickets and the rules packs up there. So that's the 2 days that we have. That's individual person. Next March, we're going to do DCD again in a brewery, most likely. So just keep that in mind. It's a doubles tournament. You play 1,000 points per person, both the same table with opponents, and you drink heavily. Yeah. Other than that, lots of we make a special beer each year, so it's pretty cool. And then the last one I've got is we have TNT. It'll be about 2 or 3 weeks before Masters in Nashville, Tennessee. The 18th of August, I believe, is what it is. That'll be close to 2,300 points plus the manager. So it'll be nashcon.org is where you go to look for tickets for that if anyone's in. So, look out. Howdy! You guys screamed, I love it. My name is Brian Smith. I run the best tournament, the longest consecutively running tournament in the country, the Alamo Grand Tournament! Remember? Alamo this year will be held November 2nd and 3rd. We are on the Riverwalk in San Antonio. Our new venue is like our old venue, but now with 20% more dive bar. Cheapest beer on the Riverwalk. We play 2,500 points. Everyone submits their army. The players rank 1 to 32, who they think the best 32 in the room are, and then we do a March Madness style bracket. 20%. AlamoFantasyGT.com. I'd love to see you all there.
Okay, Bayou Battles, we have set a date for 2025 already, so that will be on January 25 and 26. It's the last weekend in January. We are running the same World Cup style event, so for you UK footy types, we actually break out the field into groups of 4, play round robin in your group, top 2 advance to their own separate tournament, bottom 2 go to theirs. So even if your dice crap out on you in your first 3 games, there are still prizes to go for. 2,100 points, you get to choose your own special soccer character named after actual players around the world and set to their abilities. We are in Houston, we're right next to the airport, so if you want to fly in, free shuttle to the hotel. BayouBattles.com, unlike what Mark Cox thinks, registration is not open yet.
Fuck you, unpaid.
I know. Everything should be up on the website soon, and we'll open up registration shortly. So, Houston.
Alamo registration is open. I'm also paid for that.
Free entries everywhere.
He's at a running tavern every tournament in the South.
To be the first one signed up.
Tells each TO the next TO in line has his payment.
Just keep handing this thing over.
It is about like it's a little investment to money. All right, got a lot of trophies here for you guys to take home. Gotta make sure that they in the right spot. Okay. So, fantastic weekend, guys. It went off without a hitch. I appreciate all of the help and coordination that y'all helped me with. Getting the room cleaned up in except for those 2 that came in late.
They leave already? They probably did.
No, they're in the chamber.
Those are the AOS guys. Don't listen to them. They don't go past turn 1 anyway. So I do have a couple of quick announcements. Obviously, this is the end of our tournament season for the Masters rankings, so I will get to that sometime this week. I will be sending out invitations to our top 8 players in the South region, asking you if you want to go to Washington, D.C. to represent the South region. If a player is not able to take that or decides not to, or decides to decline that spot, it will go to the next person in line. If it says no, I'll ask number 9, and I will go consecutively down the row until we fill a list, or I have to start pulling Devlin from the Southeast, which I will do.
I want to feel like a winner.
And he will accept.
And he will absolutely accept. He's accepted every other invitation we've got. So, you heard all the great tournaments. Continue to support the tournaments. It's the only way we can keep this stuff going, is showing up, sign up early. It's easier for the TOs to do things when they know what their budget is. Selfish. All right, let's do the fun awards. These are the ones where you can win multiple. They don't usually come with trophies, but there are accolades that we're going to call out for them. We had a lot of players get 5 sports votes, whether it was first, second, or third. One combination of that, I think it was like 8 players got 5 sports votes. So you guys did some fucking awesome tabletop gamesmanship. Let's do a fun one. This is a bottle of rum that was sponsored by Mantic. It is going to the highest placed, best painted army that is 90% Mantic or more. Conveniently enough, goes to Ryan Smith. All right. So my paint judges and I walked around the room last night, this morning, and we were looking specifically at one thing: who had the best lone wolf, who had the best lone ranger. And it came down to a tie with both categories, so we had to go to a tiebreaker. So our best lone wolf was Robert Zimmerman's.
Yes.
Our best lone ranger, again, this one went down to a tiebreaker, Paul Welsh. See a little bit. So, one of our players who has been coming for the last couple of years has won this in consecutive years. I'm proud to say he did not win it a 3rd year in a row. You did it, buddy. You did it. You like tripled your last tournament showing with just this event. So our bloodiest new general for this year is Tucker Knight. You made everybody super happy this week. Mantic didn't give me anything for, or I guess not Mantic, Rob and Jeremy forgot that I existed. Countercharger awards, but I do have countercharger stats. There was a tie for countercharger, so I had to go to a tiebreaker. Nathan Arnold is your countercharger. Yeah! You can do whatever you want. Why don't you come halfway and then turn around? There we go. All right. So we like to have fun at this tournament. This is the drinking award. Sometimes it's the highest bar tab. Sometimes it's did he actually show up for the game the next day?
One time.
Sometimes it's he played after it blew up. It's the Auntie Randy award.
So this year, I took a little bit of a different spin on it, and I got us with the most dangerous liver award. And this is somebody you should not try to go shot for shot with. Paul Welsh.
You have to declare it's a customs.
Not if it's in his stomach. All right, let's do some player's choice. This is voted on you, by you, for you. Through you, in you, among you, why you, why not you? Okay, we had 14 players get player's choice votes. We had a pocket of like 3 people who really run away with the player's choice votes, which is I do want to recognize those players who did get votes, though, so I'm going to call out your name and stand up, give a wave, bow, whatever, just so that you guys get recognition for putting in good work that was recognized by your peers. Greg Person, Drew Richardson, Jose Vega. Jason here. Aaron Chapman, Rick Boyd, Tyler Schultz, Nathan Arnold, Garrett Mercier, Robert Zimmerman, and Dustin Howard. In third place for player's choice, winning the exact same medal as first, is Hank Good. And if you had his vote, it still wouldn't change. That's good to know. That's good to know.
I brought 2 armies. I brought 2 armies.
Paint something new. Yeah.
Something new.
I mean, I get this. All right, second place, Paul Welsh. First place, Ryan Smith. So we just got done with painting awards. Let's do more painting awards. That's why some of us are here. This is judgment from my team to yours. These are the best painted in the room according to our esteemed colleagues. Okay, never mind. Right on. Just kidding. Third place, and Gooch. The Orca. Second place, best paint, Ryan Smith. Beat him on it. First place, best paint, Paul Welsh.
That's what freedom tastes like. These guys come over here, taking our trophies.
So, fun fact, so now we're in that realm where if you win a trophy, you're not winning another trophy. There was a lot of crisscrossing, well, this guy got this, and he was also over here, and also over here, so when you guys actually see the standings, it was incredibly tight. Let's do sports. Everybody's favorite. Yeah. Well, you should be here. These are your favorites. Third place, your former bloodiest general, Joseph Uritich. We had to go to tiebreaker. Second place, best sports, Tyler Schultz. Tyler was one of your guys that got all 5 votes.
Nice.
So fucking.
All right, so we've got our Memorial Jesse Trophy. And this is going to go away with this person, and they will bring it back next year, pop their name on the side, and we'll give it away again next year. They also get the trophy. Another person who got all 5 votes, I think it was like 4 best game votes. So, definitely. Dan Cannon. What's in the truck? It's a bag of shit.
Where's the signal filter?
All right, let's do battle. Again, a line crisscrossing in this category along with overall. Third place, best battle, Jason Beard. Oh shit, I did that backwards. That's Adams. Give that to Adam.
What?
He's getting some hacked.
Just you'll get your award. He'll get in a minute.
The third place was Adam Ballard in that. Second place, best general, Tom Robinson. 4 days falling all the way back up to the top of the page.
That's freedom, but it's still free.
Let's say some stuff. Just saying, head-to-head's all we care.
So we have the Jesse for sportsmanship, and we have our David Bowman for our best general. This person did that this weekend. Sometimes. Yeah. Yes. First place best general, Dustin Howard. Yeah, don't tear your shirt off.
Rookie of the year over here, look at this guy. Water is wet.
And that was a tiebreaker. All right, we're getting into overall. This is all of your scores put together. Paint, sports, battle, lone wolf points, clock points, everything. Third place overall, actually the correct trophy this Jason Beard.
I'm going to shake his hand.
Do you guys want to do the team award for overall, or do y'all want to go straight to the trophy?
Team award.
Team award. Okay. We'll do big. So I'm going to read these off. These are all of the teams that had at least 4 players within their category to score, and these are the composite overall scores of those 4. your best 4 players and what their combined score. We're going to start with the Sons of Drew at 718 combined points for their 4 best players. Coming in about 30 points behind them were the Stepdads of Drew. The race gets a little tighter after that. The Lamadillos put up 775 points. DOD was carried predominantly by Dustin for 782 points. .903 scored 792 points. Dojo jumped into the 800 bracket with 822. The Outlanders had 848. That was second place. The Brawler Kings had 860. So you guys can throw trophies.
That's yours.
Hey, take that from the Big Apple, chicks dig it.
Resuming overall trophy awards for individual performance. Second place overall, Jordan Lawrence. I told you there was a lot of crisscrossing.
Apparently.
Apparently. So, your overall winner for Lone Wolf 2024 was tied with another person, 230 overall points, and edged them out in the first tiebreak. Overall winner, Jesse. That's all the awards. We're technically done. We'll see you guys in a year. Scores right here. If anybody wants to see them, I'll print out another copy, and then we'll see you guys next year.
Thank you, Mark.
It's in overall order. And it's also make
Watch it home. And we're going to wrap this thing here. Yeah. Well,
someone could just post it in the chat.
Ryan, set to the chat. Ryan, set the chat.
Nice! By one!
We're gonna get on your gun. It's good seeing you.
yeah. It's terrible.
No problem.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
is.
Like start taking your left handshakes or something, and bring you down.
We'll see you next
Maybe buggy. I don't know. I'm not going to rule it out entirely. It's definitely less likely this year.
Right.
This is good.
I don't have a point sheet crashing. I guess
the battle ends in on
Easy, man. Yeah, of course.
Congratulations.
Head to head, yes.